I call the regular meeting of the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Do we have an adoption of the agenda?
So made.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes aye. The agenda has been adopted. And then with Mr. Dahl, the county administrator's report, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think first, before we get into anything else, I think.
Mr. O'Brien,
Mr. Chair, I move the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors move into a closed meeting pursuant to the provisions of section 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended for the purposes of discussing litigation.
do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We are now in closed session. We're going to go across the hall. Folks, y'all have this room to yourselves.
Here, I can't see.
That's 1-3-1.
Lost one.
This right here is in the way of my television. Can you see it? Okay.
On my right hand.
Mr. O'Brien,
Mr. Chair, I move the Fluvanna County Board, I move the closed meeting be adjourned and the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors convene again in open session. Be resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver. Ms. Eager,
Aye.
Ms. Booker,
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien.
Aye.
Mr. Weaver.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are now back in open session 5-0. Mr. Dahl, County Administrator's Report.
I'll try and go quick, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So just a couple updates here. Let me get rid of this. So just a couple updates. We got a new employee started, Ashley Davis, Human Services Assistant 3 with the Department of Social Services. She started on June 7th. So we'd certainly like to welcome her to the Fluvanna County team. Also a recognition, congratulations to Carol Johnson, who handles the child care subsidy program, and Karen Aber, who supervises that program. They received congratulations from the Virginia Department of Social Services and proudly presented the award of honor for their child care subsidy team and the work that they do at DSS. The county, every year we get Moody's Investor Services does a credit rating on the county, looking at, kind of where we are as far as taxable values, cash balances, population, things of that nature. And again, our rating has remained unchanged from that report. And this is published annually. Our credit overview from the report says that Fluvanna County's credit position is very good. And its AA2 rating matches the median rating of AA2 for US counties. Key credit factors include robust financial position, strong wealth and income profile, and a healthy tax base. And it also reflects an above average moderate debt burden and average pension liability. And remember, this report is pulled from CAFR data, comprehensive annual financial report data from fiscal year 16 through 20, and also pulls population data and everything like that. I guess the good takeaway with a lot of this is, whereas some previous years, since we used some fund balance to pay off some debt service early, we had a few areas that said weakened previously for the trend. For this recent report, all of our credit trends are either stable or improved. And again, this is going through June 30th with, whatever the possible impact from COVID was on the county. And then we'll have to see what that looks like again after this next fiscal year. But again, I think we will be in a good credit rating position at that point as well. Any questions from the board on that? A big thank you to Joseph O'Connor for making the American flag retirement drop box for the library for his Eagle Scout project. You can see the picture right here. The drop box can be found under the covered walkway at the library. And you know, there's a certain ceremony that usually happens with any of those per flag code for the appropriate destruction or removal of those retired flags. There's a ceremony that occurs, and it's done in an appropriate manner. The next item, resilience, recovery, and rebirth. There's a Sustaining Hope in Trying Times is a documentary about Fluvanna County's African-American history. That's occurring June 24th at 7 p.m. It's regular Juneteenth performers, Odyssey of Soul, teamed up with the Arts Council and NAACP to create this film, kind of talking about and just kind of going through Fluvanna County's African-American history. If the public's interested, again, it's June 24th at 7 p.m. and you have to go to the montpelier.org website to view that. And again, this Friday, the county through the state is observing Juneteenth, which is the oldest commemoration of the end of slavery in the United States. Governor Northam established Juneteenth as a permanent paid state holiday last year. And if the board remembers, the county follows all state holidays. So again, we'll be observing Juneteenth this Friday, June 18th. So county offices will be closed.
The Senate just passed that as well to make it a federal holiday.
Yeah, I saw that it was.
Right.
Yeah, 100 to 0. I think.
And then just some upcoming regular meetings. Remember, July 7th, we have a double meeting. We only have one meeting for the month of July. We have a 4 p.m. regular meeting. And then again, we have a 7 p.m. regular meeting. So we'll be having a break between 6 and 7 p.m. for any closed session dinner breaks. And then August 4th, 4 p.m., we will have our next regular meeting. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Sheridan will not be at the July 7th meeting.
That's what I was just saying, Mr. O'Brien. I will not be here at the July 7th meeting, so he will be in charge.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you very much. We will now open the first round of public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board, please keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Also, please remember, if you're here to talk about any of the public hearings, please wait until that time. Is there anyone wishing to speak at this time? Yes, sir. Please approach the microphone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Tim Miller. I live at 1846 Natali Lane. I also own Fluvanna parcels 31A 41, 31 1A, and I'm a taxpayer of Fluvanna County. I'm here tonight to document my objections to the renewal of the county attorney contract. It is well known that over the years, there have been a number of lawsuits involving the county and Mr. Payne, and a lot of money has been spent for legal services in those lawsuits. I was involved in one of those lawsuits over 15 years ago, Central Meadows versus County of Fluvanna. This was just one example of Fred Payne's misinterpretation of the law, which led to a lawsuit. Central Meadows won that lawsuit after spending a great deal of money on legal fees. If Fred Payne had interpreted the law correctly, then this expense could have been avoided by both parties. There are many other examples of this over the history of Mr. Payne's tenure as Fluvanna County attorney, like the matter involving Davenport and Company. As you are aware, I'm the owner of Ballinger Bluff subdivision, SUB 2033. Throughout the review of this subdivision, Mr. Payne has again misinterpreted the law on numerous occasions. He has been very adversarial to myself and my attorney. At one point, Mr. Payne invited me to file a lawsuit against the county. At first, I was reluctant to take him up on this invitation, but as you are aware, I was forced to file a lawsuit last Friday. Once again, this lawsuit is to correct Mr. Payne's misinterpretation of the law and will cost me and the county a great deal of money. The County Board of Supervisors should not review the contract with Mr. Payne's law firm. He does a disservice to Fluvanna County taxpayers by failing to follow the law and creating unnecessary litigation. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Ms. Harris, do you have anybody? Seeing none online and seeing none in the room, I will now close the first round of public comment. We'll now move forward with public hearing A, VDOT Secondary 6-Year Plan. Oh, shucks, I'm gonna mess it up. Kefialu. Oh, I'm sorry. I got so happy. Bethel Kefialu.
She didn't answer, so you messed it up.
I forgot to say Bethel first. Bethel, if you'd unmute, please. She may have stepped away because we were gone a while.
Okay, I think I figured it out. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Did I get it right?
All right. Yes, Bethel Kefiato.
Yeah, 2 for 2.
Yeah, good evening, Chairman Sheridan, members of the board. So I'm here tonight to present the final draft of our secondary 6-year plan. It's the same version that I went over with the board last month in our work session. So you'll see that in FY27, the county is set to receive about 87,000, between the two funding sources. And so it's the Telefee funds that can be used for, any type of work as long as it's on a secondary road. And then the district grant unpaved funds can be used on any unpaved secondary road to pave it usually. And so what we've got showing in the proposed plan on the next page is really just placing those funds in balance entry accounts so that they can accumulate over time and then be put towards a project at a later date. So like currently the county has less than 2 miles of qualifying unpaved roads. And so we're proposing to put the county's allocation of unpaved funds into a balance entry account so that it can accumulate and then be used to pave a road in the future. And then the same idea with the Telefee funds, since those can be used for any type of project on a secondary road, like a drainage improvement, or, if you want to develop design plans for something or have an environmental study or a sidewalk project, anything like that, as long as it's on a secondary road. So we're proposing in this plan to put that aside in a balance entry account, let it accumulate until the county identifies a project to prioritize at a later date. Are there any questions about that?
I don't think so. No, ma'am, go ahead. Is that it?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, that's
Yes,
it.
that's it, yes.
All right.
May I ask you something? The blue road signs, is that VDOT's responsibility to put them up?
you talking about like the actual like
Yeah.
road name
Road
signs?
names.
So if they're down, the county, that's the county's responsibility to get with VDOT and get those replaced. Bethel, correct me if I'm wrong.
That is usually the non-emergency, like 911, like the police are the ones who put those signs up. So I can give you, I've got the number, I believe it's
No.
the.
No.
Not
Not the little numbers. She's
No, no.
talking about the actual
She's talking
street
about the road-
names,
streets-
the road
street name
names.
signs.
Right. Those are not VDOT signs.
I think we have to put in a request with E911 communications, and then they'll order the signs. The county has to pay for
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
we have a
replacement of those
lot
signs.
leaning, stop signs leaning over and,
We got a lot of log
Uh,
trucks and other tractor trailers.
Yeah.
And sometimes they turn a little short.
If you know of any signs that are, leaning or missing, if you want to let me know, then
Yeah.
we'll follow up on those.
and the other thing is, trees, this is VDOT, I believe, if they go through, their trees, like just getting ready to fall on the lines, is that VDOT? Don't
On the
they
lines
go
would be the
through?
electrical
That's
part.
probably
That
gonna, that,
electric- Okay,
That's gonna be in
VDOT.
their easement. That's probably gonna be within their easement to maintain all trees and shrubs along that area.
Yeah. Because it's been a lot of rain, so I just.
Are there any other questions for Bethel? All right. Hearing none, I will now open the public hearing. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Is there anyone wish to speak to this at this time? Anybody waving at you, Ms. Harris? All righty. Hearing none, I will now close the public hearing.
I move the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution for the VDOT 6-year plan 21-22 through 26-27 and VDOT construction priority list 2021-22 as required by sections 33.1-23 and 33.1-23.4 of the 1950 Code of Virginia.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Ms. Seeger, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. I will ask, is this part of, no, this isn't. No, that's for the next one. Bethel, I'm gonna ask one thing real quick. I had somebody call me up just to put it on your radar. As you come down
Sure.
Route 659 Stage Junction Road into Columbia, there is the most ignored sign in Fluvanna. It changes from no speed limit to 15 miles an hour, about a quarter of a mile away from the stop sign. I don't know if we need to look into that or what, but just that's the streets of Columbia, yes, but there's no houses along that stretch.
Right.
Does that make any sense?
I think I get what you're saying. Yes, we'll take a look at it.
One of
Thank
my
you.
constituents just called me up and said, can you please ask them to take a look at that? Because I drive right by it every time and then go, oh, no, it's 15 miles an hour. But there also, the sign that used to warn about the curve right before the stop sign got knocked down. It's never been replaced.
Okay,
There's a really sharp curve right before you get to that stop sign.
right. Yep, I know what you're talking about. We'll get that put back up.
I guess they never were really worried about it because it's 15 miles an hour, but I think a few people drive by that sign and don't see it very often. I did in the school bus. Those kids are going, why are you going so slow? That's speed limit, guy. Thank you, Bethel.
Thank you.
All righty. We will now go forward with B, ZMP 2102, Virginia Electric and Power Company, Mr. Miles.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Sheridan, members of the board. We have two cases before you tonight that are.
Should I read both of them, Mr. Payne, or just do one at a time? Just do one at a time.
I think the presentations are gonna be, Mr.
Combined pretty much, aren't
They're
they?
gonna be pretty much combined.
Yes, they're gonna be, they're.
Somebody want me to go ahead and read both of
Two
them?
aspects of the same thing. essentially.
Chairman Sheridan, I actually have from Mr. Dawes. We're now going to be reading them into the record if you would like us to do that, sir.
Please do
Um,
so. 2102 and SUP 2103, both with Virginia Electric and Power Company.
Yes, sir. Chairman Sheridan, this is the first request is the conditional rezoning ZMP 2102, Virginia Electric and Power Company. Conditional rezoning from the A1 Agricultural General District to the I1 Industrial Limited District on approximately 224.5 acres of tax map 59, section A, parcel 27, and tax map 62, section A, parcel 7. The properties are located on the south line of Bremo Road and approximately 2 miles west of Spring Road. 210, excuse me. The subject properties are within the rural residential and rural preservation planning areas and is within the Fork Union election district. The companion case, SUP 2103, Virginia Electric and Power Company, is a special use permit request in the I1 Industrial Limited District to permit a sanitary landfill with respect to 224.5 plus or minus acres of tax map 59, section A, 27 and tax map 62, section A7, parcel 7. The properties are located on the south line of Bremo Road and 2/10 of a mile west of Spring Road. Subject properties again are within the rural residential and rural preservation planning areas and the Fork Union election district. For everyone's knowledge, here in the room and on Zoom, our graphic is showing you in the southern portion of the county is where this request is located. This is a closer up version, a parcel layer version. You'll see on the right side of the slide is the area of the large parcel 7. That would be the landfill area. And then the adjoining parcel is part of the request, but the landfill would not be located on there. It'd just be allowing coal ash to be transferred across that from the Bremo Power Station. This is a graphic from AECom, the applicant's engineer, that generally indicates the proposed landfill construction and the various areas around that area with sites, the way they can access the site during construction, which will take approximately 10 years. This is some screening information relative. This is one of the main things that came up throughout the Planning Commission and now the Board of Supervisors public hearing process with our constituents contacting us. As far as the location from Dominion landfill site from Bremo Road, the information where the landfill would be existing. And then this is a site looking from the east, looking into the proposed area. And this is from the south along the James River. The goal of staff and working with the applicant with the concerns of the one main concern from the individuals in the community surrounding here and for the better beauty and area of the county is for that the landfill site not to be visible in the future post-construction. As part of the rezoning, conditional rezoning, the applicant is limited land uses generally to offices, contractor storage yards, light manufacturing, lumber yards, machine shops, solid waste collection facilities, minor utilities, and those accessory uses that would support these stated land uses. The applicant has requested that the I-1 land uses by special use permit SUP would include their main request, sanitary landfills, and some of the others, solid waste, material recovery facilities, telecommunication facilities, if that's needed in the future, major utilities, and accessory uses as shown above. This is a general breakdown. Their proffers and their information that we worked on with Dominion Energy as the applicant and property owner. The general breakdown at the top is the Fork Union Sanitary District for water. As most of you all know, and for some that don't, the main legislation or changes as what we're working with them to implement is not having an impact on water in the future with the current Bremo Power Station and the landfill, so that the water in the Fork Union or Fusdy Sanitary District area would be improved through these proffers that are stated. We also have the Parks and Recreation $500,000 information there as well, with $2 million for road improvements around Bremo Road, even though the applicants are not proposing to impact the existing state maintained system. This would ensure at the time of completion of construction that VDOT would be able to allow, analyze what has been done through the construction and see where that would be. It's a little hard to see with the dark back parcel areas, but We spent a majority of the time with the applicant as staff where the impacted areas were and the various legislative requirements. And so this kind of lets you see where we notified, and we did it in a unified effort with Dominion Energy. Anything that they were required to do, the county did our notification in an equal manner so that there wouldn't be, even though some of our notification information was not adjacent properties to this request, we tried to keep that in a uniform pattern to allow the constituents of and residents of the county to know that they were duly notified in the process to participate.
And just one quick thing, board, again, this yellow, the two yellow parcels at the bottom, those are the two parcels in question. And the red lines, each one of those red lines represents a half-mile perimeter around the Dominion property. So a half mile, 1 mile, then 1.5 miles. And remember, some of the legislation for notifying individuals for this project, those are some of the thresholds, namely the half mile and the 1.5 mile for doing any type of studies on anyone's individual groundwater systems that they have there.
So thank you, Mr. Dolan. We'll now kind of go into what we feel is the heart of this request. We know that we've worked with the public and the Planning Commission and the board on the I-1 rezoning. So what this first slide is demonstrating to you, and the next slide will be a cleaner version of it. But the regular text is what we started out with when we entered the public hearing at the Planning Commission on May 11th. And at the time, staff and the applicant worked together to add the bold statement, which is the for the final disposition of coal combustion residual, CCRs and related materials that are currently located on the adjacent Bremo Power Station property as the power station along the James River. And in the last week or two, we've worked with the applicant to even make it even more precise and more, there was a stated or perceived concern that this being called a sanitary landfill, even though it's a lined landfill for coal ash, that the sanitary landfill would not be used as such, and that only the coal ash that is created from this Bremo Power Station, not any of the other three facilities they're currently working on, or anywhere else would that come from. So the next slide kind of gives you the cleanest version, where we believe that in working with the applicant and their attorney and representatives, that this clean version indicates what everyone has agreed upon and what we feel that you all would find acceptable.
Again, it eliminates that there's garbage coming from elsewhere to go into this landfill as some concerns were there, and that clarifies that. And then again, just specific to only the material from the Bremo site.
So condition 2 coming and there's only 8 conditions. I just want to let the public know that we don't have a long, lengthy amount, but these are things that we feel important for prior to the public hearing and for the board to take under their review. So what we have is condition 2A, which is the same condition that started off at the Planning Commission public hearing level. And as many of you were able to visit the site with Mr. Dahl and staff, we also worked with the Dominion staff, and they created 2B. Some of the differences that you'll see in there are we have the standard just sunrise to sunset. They've actually added approximate times of 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then the clause, whichever is earlier or later, respectively, Monday through Sunday. In our part, we've tried to stick to our standard special use permit timeframe with sunrise to sunset, Monday through Saturday, with no Sunday construction and site deliveries permitted on the property. From what we heard from adjacent property owners, or really just residents in this general Bremo, Columbia, Fork Union overall area, is that if we're going to have an estimated landfill construction for 10 years, we feel that it's appropriate that Sunday would be a day of rest for the community, and the Dominion employees could still be doing other things on the site Sunday, just not construction and receiving site deliveries. So the second part really, it's a two-part for 2B. They've added, once constructed, the hours of landfill operations shall not be limited, but the landfill must comply with chapter 15.1 of the Fluvanna Code, which is our noise ordinance, article 25 of the Fluvanna zoning ordinance, and then all other applicable ordinances. So they've further qualified or clarified how some of the construction would be looked at through our ordinances. Generally, again, we do like to see clarification of the noise ordinance or and things like that. But absence of those ordinances being changed afterwards, if the special use permit were approved, we feel that that the activity that's shown would be more of a general nature, so that site construction would be in compliance with all of those requirements. That is, again, the applicant can present their version. We wanted you all to see both 2A and 2B.
And Mr. Chair, and like I said, 2 is going to probably be the one that the board has, maybe has the most conversation about. The next, few conditions, 3 through 8, we're pretty much been in agreement with those. But again, there hasn't been a lot of change through those. So we'll kind of go briefly through the next ones.
Yes. So a lot of these are have a lot of the legislation aspects to it, so we won't run through all of them. But a construction traffic management plan, that's pretty standard. We did this just recently. This continues on, and it's basically telling the applicant, and they're quite aware that anything they do, they have to work with VDOT in their partnership that not only the county has, but they would have as a major corporation doing work in the county. So that's the two-part portion of that. We didn't have any concerns at the Planning Commission nor leading up to the board. Again, this is kind of second part of it. Now you're kind of on site, site parking, construction, staging plans. AECom and Dominion Energy, they would be doing a lot of this. Again, these are the kind of things that we see as part of the site plan. So again, it's rather standard. There was a small change in one word in the site construction mitigation plan for clarification on their request, that they would be primary construction roads. As you all visited the site recently, there are numerous roads and pathways and areas that they utilize on site and would on the construction for the landfill, as shown in the previous slide we showed you. So they wanted to make sure primary construction roads. We're fine with that, and we would go on to the next. This is one that is kind of come up more for coordination, for cooperation. We've had very good cooperation and working with Dominion Energy for almost approximately the last year now, and doing our due diligence. The applicant would conduct or coordinate, excuse me, with the Fluvanna County Fire Chief and our Sheriff's Department for any type of landfill education or how personnel is supposed to respond. This is just something that we feel that they would be able to do, and I think they've totally agreed with that. We are just trying to keep proper communication channels open. Really at the end of the construction and the operations or maintenance of the landfill is really the latter part of it. Is we would like to constantly keep up, manager's name, phone numbers, and email addresses for our personnel in this public safety, be able to contact people. A lot of times in files and now electronic files, some of that stuff gets lost. It's hard to, so really just keeping that up. This condition here again was just further clarification from Dominion Energy. This is one of our standard conditions, and as you all took the site tour with them, we would, any inspections that we would do would be very similar, with advance notice given to the project team and escorted by Dominion Energy. So again, full cooperation between the county and their company. So the last condition.
Maybe we'll just go to the clean one.
Yeah, this was an attempt of staff, and I would like to thank the representatives and an attorney for Dominion to go on to the next one, which is it's a full condition. I just broke it up to be easier to read, and this got a little lengthy. So again, recapping from the beginning of the process, from explaining this case to you all, the main thing the community asked, they understand they're receiving a landfill next to Bremo Power Station. They just don't want to see it, and they would like to have it screened as much as possible. So this vegetative buffer is adjacent residences, and our ordinance requires in most screening aspects, public rights of ways would be installed. We are understanding that it's existing mature vegetation on the perimeter of the property would be there, and final buffer requirements would be approved by the zoning administrator at the time of final site plan approval. The second part of it kind of was something that Mr. Dahl and I, especially as staff, wanted to see the installation of the landscaping plant materials beginning at the time of construction and really throughout the process as best as possible without impeding construction traffic to allow for maturity over that 10-year or whatever time frame they're able to complete their landfill. And their closure statement of 9 VAC 2081-160. That's the reference for DEQ and state requirements. So that's added. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have. The applicant's representative and attorney are here tonight with us, along with other support staff. And they would be able to present information to you now as well in a similar fashion that they did to the Planning Commission last month.
A question on one of the conditions, appropriate notification. What's the time frame for appropriate notification?
Generally, the appropriate notification in most of our responses, like if a tower, like for instance, in a communications tower, something is interfered, you're normally looking at a 24 to 48 hour notification. If you could go back.
Which condition were you looking, Mr. Brown?
On 5, I think. I just want to make sure I don't.
That if
answer
we
it
go
correctly.
to the site.
Yeah,
7.
right there. Yeah,
Which one?
I believe you
That
were
one.
talking about
7.
6.
7.
7.
Oh, 7.
7.
Oh, that one, Mr.
Oh.
O'Brien, I'm sorry.
With advance notice given to the team?
That's really at their discretion. Ms. Marshall, would you want to answer that? We're usually trying to just get information to them. Hey, we're coming out to take a look at something, and this was brought up.
Just
So,
kind of like
normal enforcement timeframe.
just kind of like we do with the property inspections here. Well, the property reviews here, and then maybe Ms. Marshall can answer that. I think they would want to do that in an expedited fashion if we have concerns that we need to look at, but with their escorting of the property.
Absolutely. So to clarify, the advance notice could really be as quick as, a few minutes or a longer time period. We would expect no more than 24 hours. The main reason for wanting that advance notice is for safety. During construction, it will be an active construction site, and we want to make sure that we're able to provide safe entrance and exit and make sure also that we have someone there to safely take someone around. So it could be as quick as, hey, I want to come out there. We can get it in safe condition and get you out right away. Or it may be, we need a few hours to make sure an entrance is available, that sort of thing. But it would be what I would consider right away, we wouldn't require 48 or anything like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just let me know when you want me to go next slide and you go through.
So thank you. So board, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Sarah Marshall, External Affairs Manager for Dominion, and I have my subject matter experts with me here. If you all ask any questions that I am unable to answer. But we are here requesting approval for ZMP 2102 and SUP 2103 in order to build an on-site sanitary CCR landfill on our property. Next slide. So real quick, one of the things that Dominion Energy looks at for every project or anything that we do is our core values, and those will transfer over as well for this project. We're looking at safety. We want to make sure not only our employees are safe, but also the environment is safe and the surrounding neighbors are safe. We're looking at ethics. We strive to do the best that we can and continuously get better at doing such. Excellence, same thing. We want to make sure that we are providing an excellent project, an excellent status here in the county. We do embrace change, and that's one of the main reasons for this project. When we first opened Bremo, when we first started moving coal ash into the ponds, that was the way of doing business. We know that's no longer the case, and so we are embracing that change, looking to move that ash out of a pond and into a lined landfill. And then finally, One Dominion Energy teamwork. That's something that we work internally with, but also as Douglas mentioned and Eric as well, we look forward to working with the county on this. This is not something that we want to do in a silo, but we want your input and we want to be able to work with you all throughout this process. Next slide. So currently, all of the coal ash at Bremo is being held in the North Ash Pond. It's approximately 6.2 million cubic yards, and it was originally moved from the East and West Ash Ponds to join what was there at the North Ash Pond. Bremo Power Station itself has been retired and is no longer producing coal ash. So the amount that's there is the amount that will be there. Next slide. So this just gives you a better view of kind of what we're looking at as a current status and what we're looking to do. The North Ash Pond, as you see on the screen, is where all of the ash is currently being stored. Like I said, it was removed from the East Ash Pond and the West Ash Pond. And we're looking to use the haul roads shown in yellow in general areas to move the ash from the North Ash Pond on our property to the property where the landfill will be. Again, we do not want to and will not move coal ash on public roadways. I will point out there will be a wastewater treatment center or system, sorry, and that will be in the current Bremo Power Station parking lot where the temporary system was previously. Next slide. So this just gives a brief description of how we will be moving the ash. That's been a big point of discussion as we've talked with the county is we want to make sure it's off of public roads, but then what also does it look like? So what we'll do is as we are removing the ash from the North Ash Pond, and that will be done in stages. It won't be kind of an open, full open area moving. We'll move the ash in stages. As we're doing that, we'll be dewatering the coal ash, treating that water just as we did for the East and West Ash Ponds. We'll move it in trucks. Right now, we're believing it'll be off-site trucks since we will be on our property, not on public roads, and haul it on our access roads to the landfill. And we will put the ash in the landfill the same way as we'll take it out. We'll do that in phases. So we'll construct a phase, fill it up, continue to construct and move the ash that way, similar to a cell system for a typical landfill, just faster. Next slide. So here as well, the photo that you see on the left is similar to what Douglas showed. That shows kind of the general area and size of the landfill. To the right, you see what the liner will look like. This liner will include compact liner subgrade or soil, a barrier layer of geomembrane, a cover drainage layer, and erosion control and protective cover, as well as a total cover that will be covered in soil and vegetation. The landfill liner, so underneath, will also include an 18-inch leachate collection layer, pipe and geocomposite. So you're looking at about 3 feet total of cover. Next slide. And this shows again kind of what I discussed previously, that we will be constructing and filling this landfill in phases. So as we complete one phase, we will go ahead and cover it and start adding the soil and cover, and we'll move on to the next phase of filling up. Next slide. As Douglas showed, we do have view shed renderings that show kind of what you will be able to see. As you'll notice, there is some minor visibility of the peaks from different areas, but overall it's fully buffered and not visible or easily seen from any point around the property. Next slide. So for the community, we know that any construction project is going to have an impact. Our goal, of course, is to minimize that impact as much as possible, but we know that you can't get rid of it completely. So what we've done is we've worked with staff over the past year to make some commitments to the community to show that we are invested, and we also are wanting to make sure that we're mitigating those impacts. Part of that is, first and foremost, again, the coal ash will not be transported on public roads. Second, we know that there used to be a ballpark and picnic area at the North Ash Pond property. Given through the foreseeable future, we will not be able to make that available again for the community. And we know that's a loss to the community. So we have provided funding to the county to use to create recreation or green space areas as the county sees fit to replace that parcel. We will, per the Senate Bill 1355, have opportunities for local workforce. That's something we've already begun working with staff and coming up with ideas on, and we will work with our contractor to provide those opportunities. We do have a focused commitment to leaving Bremo and West Bottom roads in current or better condition. We know in the past there's been some concerns with West Bottom, and we've taken those to heart. And that's why we've committed the $2 million to help either make Bremo more accessible or to maintain it, to leave it in that better or current condition. We've started having conversations with VDOT to help manage that and work with them for their expectations as well. And we'll continue that conversation throughout the process. And then finally, we want to make sure there's an increased assurance to safe and reliable drinking water. We do not feel that the landfill will have an impact on drinking water. We feel confident in that, one, because the landfill will be down gradient, but we also know that that doesn't help people sleep better at night. And so with that, we provided funding to the Fluvanna County to use to provide drinking water to those residents. So if they're on a well or on a groundwater well that's from a public source, you all have that ability to make upgrades or make changes so that the community doesn't have to rely simply on Dominion or groundwater testing to say that their water's safe, we'll be able to have that assurance no matter what. Next slide. So here's our current and next steps. As you're well aware, because we're here tonight, we did submit our rezoning and special use permit application. If you all choose to approve those, our next step will be to submit our solid waste permit application, which is a Part A, with Virginia DEQ. We will also be submitting a joint application with the Army Corps of Engineers. Our goal is to be able to do that this summer. Post this summer, we will be going through with additional local permitting. It was in different projects. It was mentioned briefly by Douglas, but looking at the traffic management plans, the site plans, that sort of thing. For a timeline, and this is, the years are based on when permits, if they're approved, that sort of thing. But if all goes in our favor, we're looking to start construction of the landfill in 2023. And we're looking at that to continue through 2027. We're looking to move ash starting late 2024, once we've started constructing that first phase, through 2030. And again, this is primarily when that ash will be hauled on our property. So you should see a decrease in materials being brought in and out during portions of that time. Finally, we will look to put the final cover on the project in 2030 to 2031 timeframe. It will take some time to do that final cover. But that's currently what we're looking at, is about a 10-year project with, again, construction happening primarily in the beginning, which will be one of the more impactful times for the neighbors as we're bringing construction materials in. Kind of a little bit of time in the middle when we'll be working through those phases, and then at the end when we're completing that liner. That concludes the presentation. I do want to open up to any questions and anything that I can clarify for you related to the project or conditions that have been proposed.
Mr. Chair. At the end, we put grass on top, soil and grass or vegetation.
Yes, there will be, we plan to use native grasses, and there will be a vegetative cover over the
Okay.
soil.
Yes, would you, can you hear me?
But hang on, it's not time to talk yet. This is the Board of Supervisors' turn to ask questions. We'll get the public
I'm
hearing
sorry.
in just a minute.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome. How long did it take the first project to complete? Moving the east and west ponds up?
Took about 2 years. Okay, took about 3 years. Yep. And we did slow that process to a certain extent as we worked, as we looked at the legislation that was going through, but about 3 years.
So, okay, so it only took 3 years to move all of it from the east and west ponds. Now I know the north pond's bigger, but.
Correct.
Miss Booker, you had a question?
Yes. The lining, now the lining is not only in the bottom, it goes up the side as well, right? The lining covers the whole thing.
Completely
Correct.
enclosed.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. The liner
completely,
will
right.
cover
Yeah.
the bottom and sides, and then there
Right.
will also be a cover.
How much testing has the lining gone through? You've had some testing where, you know how long it'll last. You know when you have to go and take that out and put another lining, or is this forever?
So it should be forever. We should not have to take out the lining and replace it. It is a similar liner to what is used in other solid waste landfills. There has been testing on this liner. I don't know if my subject matter experts have any greater detail on that, but it is a best practice liner that's used elsewhere. And we actually have used it in other Dominion, similar aspects in other Dominion facilities.
We're using it in other locations, and it's used like, there's a lot of, other than Dominion, if you look down the southeast, there's other power companies that are doing the same thing that we're doing. They're using very similar very similar material. So it's a very established, tested material that's been used. And this methodology that we're proposing is very typical, you know, with the the different layers that Sarah pointed out, and then the cover, the leachate collection, that whole thing, it's pretty standard.
Okay,
And of course, it has to go through the DEQ for permitting,
sure,
so they don't have to go, they'll go through the permitting process as well, so.
right,
But there's lots of practical experience behind it in
right.
this kind of a design.
Yeah. Now, the trucks that's loading the ash, are they covered completely so that I don't know if the ash is wet or is it something that flies out?
So that's a great question. We do during transportation, keep the ash wet or moist to a certain extent so that it cannot fly out.
Okay.
Currently, the trucks that we used as we moved the east and west ash pond to the north ash pond were not covered. And we expect that that would be the same on our property. But to kind of help eliminate the concerns of the ash going elsewhere, we are still bound by a fugitive dust plan that will be in place from DEQ.
Do those trucks remain on the property or do the drivers drive them home?
No, they'll be dump trucks or similar and they'll
Stay
remain on the
Yeah,
property.
'cause that was another
Yes, ma'am.
concern. Now, I know that you did some testing wells of the individuals in the area. And they did get the results, but I was really concerned because some people didn't understand the results. The results said, we're in the limit, it's fine, and so forth. But I don't know if it could be any more of an explanation or not. People seem to have been satisfied, but they really said it was okay. How often will you test the wells in that area?
Yep. So we will be testing per House Bill 1642, which requires us to test the wells of those that would like for us to that are on wells within 1.5 mile radius. We will be doing that per that legislation, which discusses, it goes into a little bit of detail as to when construction starts and stops, but we'll be going once a year for 5 years. And then unless there's anything that comes up that's an exceedance, it'll be once every 5 years for 30 years.
Okay. And have you measured how close the landfill is to the nearest resident? I mean, I kind of know where people live.
Right.
Do you know the one that lives right across? How far is that? Do you know?
So we don't have the exact measurement because we're going through finalizing the engineering for that. But I will say that looking at the topography, we're looking to kind of fill in the area that's already kind of in a bowl shape. And the landfill will not go right up to the road. And we were looking to use about, right now we're estimating 60 to 65 acres of the total 200 plus acres.
I would like to make a request that periodically that someone would go to that community, basically the church, Reverend Derek, and be there to kind of answer any questions or see if there are any concerns so that there will be built a good relationship. Because they're in that community, it's a lot of some fear because of the plant that has been there since 1931 when the ashes went out that way and settled in people's property and so forth. So that if there are any questions, you have a contact person. I mean, you can call me, but somebody in that community.
Yes.
That you can have.
One of them
relationship.
reached out to me and you compared it to when they had the wildfires down in Florida. I remember going out, we were on vacation and you had to clean the ash off your car.
Yeah.
And she said she can remember going out and cleaning the ash off the car back in the
During
70s.
that time, so.
No, there will absolutely be a contact. We've made outreach to the local churches, even past that 1.5.
Yeah, I know you've even
Yep.
gone as far as my church, and that's on the other side of Fort
Oh.
Union.
Yes, ma'am, but we are committed to keeping that communication open and I've made a note, we'll reach out. You said Reverend
Barrett.
Barrett, okay.
Uh-huh.
So we'll reach out and, more formally extend that invitation. We're welcome. And for the rest of the board members too, anytime you want us to come out and speak to a neighbor, a community group, anything, we're happy to do so.
That was one one fear that I had. I won't say fear, but you talk about the work hours and things of that nature. I know that there's cemeteries about where see where the red stop share is? That's about where their cemetery is. It's right up that bottom. And if you've got construction going on and heavy equipment going on, they got trying to do a graveside service.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there any way they could let y'all know, hey, guys, we got a 2:00 graveside service and you know, it's real loud.
Absolutely. And that goes back to, us wanting to have that open communication and dialogue, just as we've worked before with the school bus timing. That is exactly, let us know and we'll.
Since I was
Right.
driving
Well,
school
so-
bus on Remo Road, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and someone was telling me that there was a small grave site somewhere. I'd have to check with the Historical Society. I
Oh.
don't know if it's an African-American slave grave or what, but the way they were talking about it, it seems like it's on the other side of
Okay.
Reno. But that's something that I'll check and let you know, Sarah, if it is a concern.
Yep, let me know. And we will be doing, we'll be checking the property and stuff too, in case there's anything that we find, because we know, especially living in a more rural area, there's a lot of times you will find grave sites or old home foundations, that sort of thing on property as you get in there. So we'll be going through with our contractor and, making sure if there's anything that we find it and take appropriate measures.
I understand you have a sort of a coil-based system, and the coils just, act as their own cells, which, will help to protect against, the total failure of the system, if you would, because each cell is encased, if you would. And I understand that probably during the process while you're moving the soil, moving the ash, you're going to be spraying down the ash. And so therefore you're going to have some leach that comes from that. And you've got the water treatment plant in place. The question I have is, if there is a failure, in the subsurface near one of the cells, what mitigation process do you have in place? Is it simply you can't address it? It just is going to leach and it's going to be treated? Or is there some other mitigation that can be done once the final, cap has been put in place?
So you're talking about the ash, if there's a failure in
I
or
assume that
at the landfill, once the ash is in place?
Right, I assume
Okay.
that once it's covered, at that point in time, really, the level of moisture that comes through there is really nominal, right? You're not letting water permeate into the system.
Yep. That-
So, the leaching system and the water treatment system that you have in place, in theory, shouldn't have any water coming through it after the fact. If water starts coming through it, then at that point in time, you have a problem.
Correct.
And so what is the mitigation if you have a problem? Is it simply, that is the mitigation, that the water treatment system is in place? And at what point in time does it become a real concern?
Yep. So I will defer to the subject
figured
matter
you would, yeah.
experts on that. But I will add to it that we also, around the facility, just as we do at our ash ponds, we'll have groundwater monitoring as well. So you have the leachate collection system. We'll have our own groundwater monitoring, and then monitoring of the landfill as well. That will help if there's anything coming up or any concerns that may need to be addressed. We should know about them prior to it getting to that, but understand your concerns. And
Yeah. I think
If you don't mind, if
Yeah.
you'd step up to the microphone when
Why
you're
not?
going to talk about this one.
Chairman, members of the board, thanks for having us here. Spencer Adkins, I'm the director of our CCR projects with Dominion Energy. I think Sarah covered it. Basically, if we do have an issue, obviously we would see it through this monitoring system. We do intend, after the landfill is built, we're still going to have this leachate system in place. We'll be able to treat that water if necessary. We are going to be required to do inspections. We'll have to monitor this as long as we own it, which will be forever. So we'll continue to monitor. If we do have a problem, we would have to admit it. If we have to physically go in and do something, we would have to physically go in and do something. But
Now, how would you do that?
if we had to
How would
peel,
you-
if we had to peel something back and go in and do some investigation, or you can put cameras into the, some of the piping and try to figure out what's going on.
So-
I mean, there's different things you can do, borings. There's different things you can do to go in there and see what's going on. But like I said, we're building landfills out in Southwest Virginia, and there's other, landfills and other companies very similar to this. And I mean, I think with the design we have, we feel, we think pretty confident we won't have like a catastrophic failure or anything like that. I think we'll be able to manage anything that happens. But I think if we do see something, or if there's something that is abnormal, obviously we Dominion would still be on the hook to take care of it. And that's what we would do. We would have to go in and figure out what's going on and then address it.
But there's no, I mean, you can do the boring, but let's say you do the boring and you find that there's a tear in that particular cell at the bottom, and then it's leaking out from there. Is there any way to repair that?
It depends on what kind of tear and how large and those kinds of things. Again, if the situation is to that point where we would have to do, I mean, if we had to do something, we would do, depending on where it is, what's happening. We, obviously we couldn't just walk away from it. I mean, again, I don't want to sort of theorize what the options are, but I think if the bottom line is if something was happening, we would, obviously we're going to be responsible and take care of it. We would have to go in and fix it. But based on the experience that we've had with different landfills and what we've done with ash in the past and our other sites, I think the chances of something like that very, very low.
I hate to say this, but the worst case scenario, you have to redo the thing over in the North Pond site.
Well, I mean, again,
That would be the worst case scenario.
yeah, I mean, obviously when we build this new landfill, okay, so when we go in, we build this, obviously the North Ash Pond, we're going to put it like in a vegetative state when we're done. So that'll kind of be like, we'll stabilize it. We'll get it, the topography, the way that we need it to make sure there's no issues with runoff or anything like that. But again, that'll be what's considered a North Ash Pond now will be left in sort of a vegetative state. When we're done, we'll get all of it moved over.
How do you join the cells? If you come over here and you put the ash in there and you cover that up and then you've done, how do you join them?
We'll build it out, and then we'll just do work in certain cells. We can sort of just, bring in a little ash and sort of block it off and just keep doing sections as they go around. It's just, we're going to sequence the work so that we make sure we can manage the water, make sure our water treatment system is able to handle the water, make sure we don't have dusts and things of that nature. So that's why we're going to section that work or sequence the work, just to make sure that we don't have those kinds of issues.
Going back to the extended hours that you're asking about.
Yes, sir.
The first project, when you moved east and west, did you have extended hours and did you work on Sundays?
Yeah, occasionally we had to. And
so that was approved by the board?
I know that I don't really recall. I'll be honest, I wasn't part of the approval process at that time. I mean, I don't know.
I'm picturing Garrett
Okay.
Cole talking to all the reporters about the spitballs.
Yeah, to that point, I will say, Spencer did mention that that we did work Sundays. We did not work every Sunday,
No.
and our intent is to not work every Sunday. Our main concern with excluding Sundays completely is that if there's weather impacts, for instance, we've had projects, not coal ash, but other projects that this winter, we went a month or two that really you lost a lot of work because of rain. And then, as we've seen over the past year, there's been supply chain issues. So really having that Sunday is not a working every Sunday, but having that option with the flexibility if it's needed to work on Sundays.
So right now, the weather's relatively dry. A couple years ago, it was like the third wettest year in 100 years or whatever. So, I mean, the weather is going to go up and down, and that's the concern we have. I mean, we're talking about a 10-year runway here, but in reality, a couple of years of permitting, and then you got work on the back end you need to do to clean up stuff. So you only got a certain amount of time you're going to actually be moving ash. So we got to take advantage of that as we can. And we know that the weather, it's going to be up and down. So that's why we're trying to get that.
Two questions, one for you and one for you, I think. Okay. How large is a typical cell?
I think we're still trying to design what our cells are going to look like and how we're going to sequence the work, but you can have, 15, 20 acres a cell, you could have more. Again, it depends on when we finalize the topography, and we're showing like 2 roads in here right now going into it. We just got to figure out exactly, how big those cells are. But again, you don't want to overwhelm, we got to have a certain amount of water that we have to treat. We got to make sure we're making sure the dust and all that. So it can be in that range. I don't think we have a specific number, but that's ballparkish.
And they're from top to bottom.
I'm sorry.
They go down the entire length of
Mhm.
the
Right.
100 or so feet that you're gonna go. Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, we'll just keep building it up.
Yeah.
As we build it out, we'll build one cell, then we'll start trying to build the other, and then you just kind of sequence it out as you go on.
Gotcha. Thank
Yep.
you. I know that, Ms. Marshall, you were given a copy of the letter from the Sierra Club, and you and I spoke. There were a couple of things that you felt you couldn't meet. Can you just discuss those for the public, please?
Yes, so there was a letter from the Sierra Club provided to the county. And in that letter, they requested some different or recommended some different items for you all to consider. Many of those we feel are, they're covered by our permits from DEQ. They'll be required and permitted, through the DEQ or through the Army Corps. For instance, they asked that we restore the landfill with native soil, vegetation and trees. This is something where we are committed to using native grasses and such, but just like for a standard landfill, you typically do not put trees because of the root systems. And so we would go with what DEQ would allow and would permit. So that was one of our concerns with that comment. They also, wanted to ensure the landfill construction standards and specifications were at certain levels. And that's something where, again, what they were primarily looking at was what we believe, because we did not speak with them, we just received the letter, was more of what a hazardous waste landfill would be, where this landfill for coal ash per the EPA as well as state regulations would be a solid waste landfill. Again, it's not, Dominion didn't choose one or the other for us to use. It was something that's been pushed down from federal and state recommendations.
You're talking about grasses. I'm gonna go back to something that we talked about while we were taking our tour. Trying to restore quail back in the community. I don't know if that's something that we could do there, possibly with the grasses, to put more that would be suitable for that type, as long as it's DEQ regulated.
No, I need that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna say a word about today when we got out the vehicle and there was two gobblers standing there
Well,
gobbling at each other.
well, I say other saw deer. I will say that, at this stage, I cannot commit to that, but I think that's something we would
Just something to
definitely
look at.
look into. And as someone who appreciates the quail on my property as well, I think it's not off the table, I would say.
So how many acres are you thinking the landfill's gonna cover?
We're expecting the landfill to cover roughly between 60 and 65 acres, which is about the same acreage that the
That's
North
the
Ash
north-
Pond.
that's the north.
Yes, ma'am.
That is-
All right.
I'm still here.
Yes, ma'am, but we're still discussing. I haven't opened the public hearing yet. We
Okay.
will get
Let
to
me know
you, I
when you're
promise.
open.
You'll know.
Okay.
I'll make the announcement.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Are there are there any other questions from the board? Thank you very much.
You're
All
welcome.
right, hearing no other questions from the board, I will now open the public hearing. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Is there anyone wishing to speak? And I know we have one. Name and address also, please. I'm sorry.
Nadine Armstrong, 2979 Bremo Road. And I would like to have that picture number 4 back up there if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead and start speaking. He's working on getting that up there.
Okay. I live right here in the heart of West Bottom. And I am very familiar with the coal ash project. I was on the committee back in 2016 when they first closed up the Pond West and Pond East. And my question is in reference to the North Pond that they're getting ready to take the coal ash out of and place it on the proposed line landfill. And I'm looking at this picture the way they have this picture, the North Ash Pond is right there in the middle, right?
The
Next to
blue.
the proposed line.
The
Yeah,
blue.
that's the North Ash. I've got a funny feeling that is not the right picture. If you look at the West Pond, which is over on the left-hand side of Bremo Plant, right? That seems to me to be the North Ash Pond.
No, ma'am.
And the North Ash Pond seems to be the West Ash Pond. Because if that North Ash Pond is really the North Ash Pond, then the proposed ash line pond shouldn't be where it is.
I think, real briefly, I was looking at the pictures, you could be confused into thinking that's actually a pond there. That's the line
That's where the
component
West
there.
Ash Pond is on the maps for these other pictures that I'm looking at.
I don't want to use your time up, ma'am. Ms. Armstrong, you got 5 minutes, but that is the
Okay.
West Ash Pond. He has his printer on, and the East Ash Pond is to the right, and then the North Ash Pond is above that. Is in
The
blue.
North Ash Pond is above the East Ash Pond on that picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, anyway, what I'm mainly concerned about is the closer, the landfill is getting closer to the residents of West Bottom. Now, you're talking about the lining that you're putting this coal ash in, and it's on the lower grade. And the thing is, that's still not stopping the coal ash from getting to the residents of West Bottom. I mean, you can say what you want to say in reference to that coal ash not leaking. You've been saying things like that for years. I've seen this coal ash. I've lived here most of my life. I've seen the coal ash on the window panes of my grandmother's home. I was here when they transported the coal ash through West Bottom. I've seen the effects of this coal ash. I noticed that you're talking about funding for the recreation, replacing the recreation in the West Bottom and the surrounding areas. You're talking about funding for the roads. You're talking about funding for the water towers. I haven't heard anything about people's lives. I haven't heard anything about people wells. You know, I'm talking about people. I'm not talking about recreation. I'm not talking about water towers. I'm not talking about the communities. I'm talking about people. What are you doing for the people themselves? Can you answer that question?
It's not normally our part to talk right now, ma'am. We will try to come back and answer that afterwards.
That's a question, of course, to the electrical people that are doing this anyway.
We'll give them a chance to answer that when we're done, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have to say. You can turn it over to someone else.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Please state your name and address.
My name is Ashby Ship, SHIPP, 457 Bremo Bluff Road. I'll probably just go through the first 30 pages, so I'll keep it brief. Anyway, Chairman Sheridan and Supervisor Booker and rest of the supervisors and so forth, I appreciate you taking time to listen to me. As you know, we're here discussing the final disposition of the coal combustion residuals, the CCRs, alias coal ash. Everything seemed to be fine in place and in their ash ponds, and apparently then the government decided to change the rules, and now they're having to be moving it to another place, pond versus landfill. I'm here to express the concerns of the people of Bremo and West Bottom areas. Bremo is a historic hamlet. James River is America's river. We need to take extra special care to preserve its legacy and cleanliness and scenic views. Let me preface with the fact that the project as a whole, we have no issue with. You got to do something or other with it. And it really isn't practical to be taking it to another location somewhere or another. So it needs to be generally in the same vicinity. However, we have certain things, concerns that need to be addressed. In the restrictions under I-1, Industrial 1, it says it can be used as a solid waste collection facility by right. And my concern is that the terminology that's in the current documents and so forth does not appropriately address that. It needs to be in no uncertain terms that they cannot put a dump there, an actual, landfill. I know they call these words that they're using interchangeably, and it probably should never been called the same thing. But and of course, under the special use permit, sanitary landfills allowed. Well, we don't have any definition of what that means. We need to I'm not an attorney, but we need to make sure that we have the legal language to protect the citizens of Fluvanna and especially West Bottom and Bremo, to make sure that there's no chance whatsoever of having a dump put in there. Unfortunately, that once something or other is approved and such as a dump, it could become part of interstate commerce. And that's what happened to a lot of landfills through time, is they think it's a little local landfill, and suddenly they get a contract with New York, and New York's bringing all their trash down here. And Virginia is a huge dumping place for New York and New Jersey's trash. And so we have to be very cautious the fact that the terms are in there so that they cannot do that. That's probably the single biggest concern that people have, is that they don't want it in their backyard. The second point is quiet enjoyment of their home and property. They use the term quiet enjoyment in the property deeds. If you ever read your deed, it actually, that's one of the provisions in there. It says you'll have quiet enjoyment. With this, there's going to be traffic. There's going to be additional traffic. I've seen no discussion over where that traffic is going to be going. You have West Bottom Road, the main access. You have Bremo Road coming from Columbia, or coming down Route 15 and then cutting around and so forth. And then you have Bremo Bluff Road, that's a side road. But even when Dominion was actively having the power plant there, they weren't supposed to be using Bremo Bluff Road, but still they would go down Bremo Bluff Road and they'd speed quite often. So we want to make sure that that is addressed. The other thing is, as far as the hours, the original proposal was basically sunrise to sunset. That's great to be able to work all these hours, but the problem is that people do like to sleep periodically. I've been there quite often where the trucks are moving and, 10 o'clock at night, and you see the lights in there, and maybe that was under different rules and so forth. But I think that it should be more like 7 o'clock at the earliest, and no later than about 7 o'clock in the evening. We have the children that quite often that they've switched the times for children starting school because they realize children need more sleep. And if you're starting at 5:30 or 6, is my time up?
Yes, sir.
Can I talk fast?
If you can wrap it up real quick, sir.
All right. Anyway, so as I said, like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. would be good. The proffers, there's about $48 million for water and another couple million for roads and 500,000 for park somewhere or another. The concern is that we don't necessarily see a whole lot for Bremo and West Bottom out of that. They're the ones that are disproportionately affected by the plant and have been for years. And that they're bearing the brunt of the impact from the power plant, as well as the disposition of the CCRs. And one thing that Bremo doesn't have is high-speed internet. With the children during the pandemic, they haven't been able to really use the computers because, whereas you go to town and they have 25 megs and 100 megs, down in Bremo, it's like 300. I'm I don't know.
Sorry.
All right, let
Have to
me
be
make
fair to
one more
everyone,
point. Anyway, then also, lower cost gas supply would be great. According to the Dominion drawings, that there's a huge mountain that's going to be overlooking the river when they finish. After completion, it'd be nice if they sort of dug a little bit deeper or spread it a little bit more so that from the river, you're not looking at this. In addition to putting deciduous trees as opposed to pines. And I know that Sarah was saying that they prefer not to be putting trees on it, but in the proposal, it's talking about basically AstroTurf. And I think that you need to make sure that you put natural materials as opposed to something other like AstroTurf.
Thank
I
you very
appreciate
much,
your
Mr.
time.
Ship.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? See anybody, Kelly? Okay, I'll now close the public hearing. Are there any comments from the board? Well, one of them, I'll tackle one of them. The mountain, they have to cover that and it's going to be grass. It's going to be something, and it's kind of like when we're over top of our own wells, we don't want to put, or our water lines, we don't want to put a maple tree over top of our water lines. We're probably going to end up with the issue with a water line. So I can tackle that one. Anybody else have anything?
I think Ms. Marshall was taking some notes there and she might want to
Yeah,
respond.
I was yielding the floor to you, dear.
Thank you kindly. Yes, I was taking notes because I want to make sure I can address the concerns that I've heard from the first speaker. Just to clarify, that is the proper locations. That's something that both we've looked at for the North Ash Pond, West Ash Pond, as well as staff has looked at and confirmed, and those are the correct locations. The comment about the landfill getting closer to West Bottom Road. Yes, the property is closer. Yes, the property line goes closer, but we do not intend to build the landfill up to the county line. Per the conditions, there's going to be a requirement for a buffer on our property. So even if we wanted to build up to that county line, we would not be able to do so. The landfill we expect will be more center of the project of the property. And like I said, it'll be about 60 to 65 acres of the total 200 plus acres. Understand, I do want to clarify that the comment was made that coal ash was transported on West Bottom, and that is not the case. We did haul soil and materials in and out as we worked on the West and East Ash Ponds, but coal ash went from the West Ash Pond to the North Ash Pond on Bremo Road, not on West Bottom. So just as a clarification. And understanding the concern for the livelihood of the people, and that's first and foremost what we've worked with the county on for those proffers. That includes not only doing the well testing that we're currently doing outside of this, regardless of whether a landfill is built or not, but also looking at giving those assurances for the water system that those that are part of the Fort Canyon Sanitary District are able to participate in from the current plans, and then also those who currently have a well would be able to participate in that as well, potentially. I understand that recreation is not a livelihood piece, but that was something that the county, it was important to them, and we do want to have that open communication. If there's things that come up throughout the project, we want to hear about it so that we can address it and hopefully, again, make this as minimal of an impact as possible. In addition to that, the landfill is down gradient from West Bottom Road. So we do not anticipate, even if a worst case scenario was to happen, anything would go up towards West Bottom because it is up, West Bottom's up gradient. From the second speaker, we also agree that the James River is America's river, and it's very important to us. One of the big things is, for us, yes, we had not had any issues recently with our West Ash Ponds or our East Ash Ponds. But just because we haven't had issues with keeping the ash in ponds doesn't mean that other entities haven't. Times have changed, and as we know, we wanted to make sure that we're keeping up with that and doing what's considered the best practices. And that includes moving it, one, from the east and west ash ponds to the north ash pond, prior to legislation requiring the cap enclosure and a landfill. We started moving that ash because we know that that's not in the floodplain, whereas currently the east and west ash ponds were, because of wanting to protect the river. Legislation has required us to move that now to the Line landfill, and we're going to do that. And part of that legislation was the thought of the river. We participated and agreed to it as well because we want to make sure that the river is protected. I think that the county is probably smiling a little bit at the question of knowing that in rezoning I-1 does allow a solid waste collection facility. For the condition 1 for the special use permit, they have dictated that it would not be used as a dump. It's not our intent, but the county has gone the extra step further to show that regardless of what Dominion would want or not, it will not be used as a dump. It can only be used for CCR materials or related materials. That would be such as the temporary liner that's on the North Ash Pond. We could dispose of that. But
It has to be currently on the existing Bremo site. Correct?
or caused by Bremo. We could not bring in from any other site. We cannot bring ash in. We could not bring trash, municipal waste, or anything like that and to the site. Looking down.
So when the people are bringing in the supplies and so forth, they will be using a special route?
Bringing supplies in, they will be on public roads to get to the site. We have been working with VDOT on that. The anticipation is because they are replacing the bridge, that Bremo Road will be the primary use. Now, to say if it's coming from east, west, north, or south, at this point, it would depend on what it is, but yeah. But the primary road will be Bremo Road, not West Bottom. The reason we were using West Bottom previously was because the weight capacity of the bridge.
Yeah, just on that, one point of clarification, one thing that Sarah was mentioning earlier about the ash. We didn't move any ash from the east pond. If you can go back to the picture, it shows the ponds. Let me do that real quick. So just to clarify, we obviously didn't take any ash from the east pond on the roads, but the west pond, which is much smaller volume, some of that did have to circle around.
Oh,
So some of that did have to circle around to get to North Pond because of that little
Well,
bridge.
Okay.
But that was a relatively small amount.
I know that their concerns are because of the condition of West Bottom Road.
Right.
When y'all had the trucks going through there.
Yes, absolutely. And I know the comment was made about traffic, and thank you for clarifying that for me. The comment was made about traffic and speeding, and that's something too, where we've started those conversations with VDOT. You know, we did hear the complaints previously and worked with the contractors and subcontractors and employees of our own to tamper that down. But we are working with VDOT and discussing best management practices, some things that they've seen in their studies as well that we can implement at our site to help bring that down as much as possible.
And I will add one thing. As far as broadband goes, Mr. Shipp, we have signed a MOU with Dominion that we should have broadband offered to everyone by June of next year.
Well, they're going to work on a study. They're working on the study with CVEC Firefly to determine
The Dominion poles.
what that looks like, putting the main lines on Dominion lines, and then CVEC would disperse from there to the home.
So I hope that answers that one a little bit, Mr. Shipp. It's going to be a while. Trust me, we're all feeling the pain with you on that one.
Especially with the children.
Anything else y'all think of?
Yeah, I
was asked?
think once sort of the bulk of the materials are delivered to the site for you to do the work on, there's probably not going to be a lot of external traffic. It seems like most of the traffic is internal. Is that correct or not?
That's correct. The bulk will be internal, moving the ash, but there will be, as any construction site, materials being brought in, but the bulk would be towards the beginning, towards the end. But as we build in those phases, you'll see materials be brought in.
In the first in the first phase, what is your
Yep.
current ash pond right now? I imagine there was a large displacement of soil, and a lot of that was trucked out or not, or was that kept local to your area there?
So I'll let Spencer talk, or one of these gentlemen talk specifically. I believe some of it was used on site, but some was
But in this
trucked off.
case, you're
That- That's probably what you were talking
Yeah.
about, was being trucked on West Bottom.
Correct, yes.
Things of that
We
nature.
Yeah.
brought some soil in, but we used some, obviously next door, we got some soil as well.
Right, but in this case, because you have somewhere to dump the soil, you're not gonna have
Yeah, I
that
mean, I
much
think-
displacement.
I think we're still, finalizing, but we may need to bring it, we don't have our cut still exactly finished yet. We may have to bring in soil, but that's what we're still trying to work through. And that's what we're saying. I mean, we're obviously not gonna put ash on the road. That's the primary thing, but, with the soil or any of these other materials, may stone, may have to bring some of that stuff in.
Also, the county's working on providing public water for that area. Do you want to talk about that, Mr. Dahl?
Like I said, we've been working with Dominion for, about a year now on the proffers for making sure that the residents of the Bremo area, Fork Union Sanitary District, since some of the county's public water system wells are kind of within that radius. So again, like individual homeowners, we want to make sure that the water for the entire area has no ill effects for the long term. So we worked with them to work on getting fresh water, surface water from the James, water treatment plant, elevated storage tanks, putting in new water lines down in the Bremo area, specifically in the area within that radius. And then there's funding for replacement of existing water lines too. So we've done, like I said, we've worked at great lengths with Dominion for the $47.1 million for water supply improvements for the Fork Union Sanitary
Yeah,
District.
but people have a choice of what they want to use.
Yes, they want to keep their well, they
A lot of
can.
people keep their wells.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
but
don't.
there
So,
is
I mean,
no.
and I know if the water's down there,
Yeah.
but it's not.
Yeah,
we're
the
keeping
county
it.
is not requiring that anyone must hook up.
Right.
They can still use their wells. Dominion is still responsible for monitoring, and checking their wells and checking their water to make sure that the water's in good shape.
All right.
Mhm.
All righty. Are there any other questions from the board?
Have these wells been checked that we're talking about now?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, they have.
Yes, they've checked the county wells
Yes.
for the county system, and they've checked all the other homeowners' wells,
Yes.
all the private wells also.
All righty. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Now we'll have a discussion with ourselves.
I finished.
Do we
all
have
I
any,
wanted to.
or is there any discussion about the hours of operation, the 6 to 8?
6 to.
No, sundown to sunrise, basically.
But then they have the stipulation in there, whichever is greater,
Yeah.
6 AM to 8 PM. The 6 AM to me might be a little bit stretched, because I know if my wife lived near there was a lot of beepers going off. It would not be a happy sight at 6.
Mhm. So 7.
Mr. Chair, I mean, and like I said, this is for Dominion to discuss. I mean, I think at one point, the hours came through at 7 to 7 at one point.
Yeah, I heard 7 to 7, I think.
Ms. Marshall? I mean, I'm not trying to be anything, but 6 to me is a little
Yeah.
bit early. I know that in the summertime, it's daylight at 6 o'clock.
Right. And so that's where we base those numbers off of, is one, looking at the current Fluvanna County noise ordinance, which says from 6 to 11 PM. As we discussed, that is a long time. And I don't think anyone would want any kind of construction going on at 11 o'clock at night. So we looked at that. We also looked at what the current daylight sunrise to sunset hours are. For us, the big concern with leaving it just at sunrise to sunset is you have less than 9 hours of daylight
In the
during the
wintertime.
winter, which cuts down your construction time considerably. But looking at like a day like today, construction time is starting, it would be sunrise is right around 5:45, sunset is right around, I think it was 8:36, 8:37. So around that 8:30 timeframe. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't really increasing from what the maximum, what the county would like, but also looking at the shifts that workers typically work, being able to maximize that, and also staying within the current noise ordinance, which would still be applicable. So that's where we came up with the 6 to 8 was basically maintaining summertime construction hours year round.
Y'all okay?
I'm okay with that. I don't know.
I think it's a lot to
About the
ask 6
people,
o'clock in the morning. I mean, being not a morning person myself, but
Well, we
I
can't
certainly
wait.
appreciate the fact that they're not doing it until 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
I think,
I would think 7 a.m. in the morning is probably
and, yeah.
reasonable from that standpoint.
Yeah, but
You realize that that cuts out 3,000 hours over the course of 10
Yeah.
years. But
6 to 8, yeah.
You think 6? Ms. Booker?
I mean, I don't live there, but personally for me, sorry with me. Yeah.
And what did you say, Mr. O'Brien?
oh, I just thought that 6 in the morning was early.
Because
And I
he's not a
suggested
morning.
7 to 8.
I was driving to get on the bus at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
morning and a night person. So I can go from 6 to 11.
And
You can howl at the moon, right? Yes, ma'am.
Well, Ms. Booker, you get up here. No, but
I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Yeah.
6 to 12 and I'm still up.
But I will say too, that would be, start of construction time, 6 a.m., end of construction time, 8 p.m. So,
Can we limit it to heavy machinery starting at 7 a.m.?
I think we can consider anything. I'd have to confirm with my project team because they're the ones that work that, but
I mean,
Typically, we start when things really move until 6:30, 7 by the time things start moving. They get on site and have meetings, safety meetings, stuff like that, start at 6 o'clock, and that takes up time.
Yeah.
So heavy construction at 7 a.m.
The global did start.
Yeah. And what machines make the greatest noise? The ones that's doing the digging?
Trucks,
6:30.
trucks,
The trucks
large
that's
equipment. I think
large.
they were talking about the beeping. and-
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I wasn't trying to stir up a hornet's nest, but I was just sitting here
That's
picturing my
very good
wife living
questions.
nearby.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. We're interested in trying to keep for compliance, proper compliance, and we know we're going to work quite well and have been for years. We would like to make sure that for staff being able to implement or enforce some of these conditions that we not make them so, heavy equipment only, and then, if we can stick to a 7 to 8 timeframe, I think that they've demonstrated to us that, if that's what you all would like to do. If we start breaking down, equipment is operating, then now also, because we're trying to help them to be unimpeded for construction and not us coming on every week or month and, hey, what's going on? So, because we don't want to do that.
And being
That makes
consistent,
sense.
being
consistent.
consistent makes more sense than.
Yes, sir. If that's my main point. And as Ms. Marshall indicated, it's correct. The 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. is in our noise ordinance. So they did bring that back down from what the current code allows. Sir.
Okay, yeah, that's been my main philosophy of teaching for a very long time, is just try to be consistent. So being consistent would be 6 to 8. All right, any questions? All righty, do we have a motion?
So just one quick thing. So is the board wanting to go with 2B? Is that what I heard
Or not to be?
or not to be?
I couldn't help myself. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So that's correct. Just for
Yes.
procedurally from what we have received, and we're qualifying or indicating that the letter that we received yesterday of these 8 conditions, normally our practice or policy is what's found in the staff report.
Right.
That's no longer valid. It's not everything that's in the staff report. So would like to consider that the letter that was received yesterday, June 15th, 2021, be considered. And if you do go with 2 in the letter here, that's 2B, we can keep that. Or if you choose 2A, we would strike that on there and
Or you choose something else.
or
if
you
there's-
choose something else that's to the board's liking. But I just want to clarify for before anyone makes a motion, which we have that for you. That's the.
Again, we just want to clarify, basically condition 1 and then conditions 3 through 8. There was no big discrepancy with those. It's really condition 2. What does the board want? Do you want 2A? Do you want 2B? And if you want 2B, do you want some other times than what's listed here? And if so, this maybe need to be tweaked just a little bit.
So the current noise ordinance is 65 decibels Monday, 6 a.m. to
6 a.m. to 11
11
p.m.
p.m.
every
for
day.
construction activities.
It doesn't change on Sundays or anything like that.
No,
I
the
don't
only reason
believe
the Sunday piece is in here is generally on most of the SUPs that the county approves for any type of work. Sundays are eliminated from there for allowable work. And so we just put in what the county standard conditions are.
And I'm listening to you talk, I think you said you're hoping to not need to use Sundays. You just have them there in case you have to have them.
Seems if you're gonna do 2B, then you have to remove whichever is earlier or later respectively. And just leave it at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Because presumably you
Yeah.
could start at 5:45 and that would be consistent with what you're asking for. And you could end at 9:30. and in the middle of summer.
8:45.
Yeah, the extra clauses in there is for, like, we're getting ready to start summer solstice, so you're gonna be the high point, and December 20th is your low point in the winter solstice. So isn't that correct?
But removing that makes it consistent.
Yeah, if you say just 6 to 8, then it's
Yes.
6 to 8, no matter it's summer or winter.
Is
Correct.
that acceptable?
Yeah.
I'm checking with the menu.
Yes.
No, we're starting back from scratch.
Oh, no, we're not. We're just getting started. All right. So we want to go with 2B. Is that what you're saying?
2B without whichever is earlier or later respectively.
So you would read, all construction activities for the sanitary landfill shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday.
Correct.
Basically what you have.
Yeah.
And make sure the Reverend Barrett knows to let us know or let them know if they've got service. We can give y'all time.
To make sure he has my contact information. We reach out to him.
Good man. All right.
Oh, and just one point of clarification, Mr. Payne, do we have to open up the public hearing for both of these separately or? 'Cause we did one public hearing.
I had understood that the public hearing was,
Was a joint public
Was a
hearing?
Joint public.
Just
Well,
what we would-
that's why I read both of them at the beginning.
and I would note that the comments that were made from the public appeared to address both issues.
Yes.
And then we have motions for separate actions for the rezoning and for.
Yeah, because you got to keep those separate.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve this request to conditionally rezone from A1 Agricultural General District to I1 Industrial Limited District on 224 plus or minus acres of tax map 59, section A, parcel 27, and tax map 62, section A, parcel 7, along with the 7 proffered conditions dated.
That's correct.
It's not.
Or is it
it's not
8?
It's 8.
No, this
Oh,
is
no, this
7.
is
This is the
seven.
rezoning.
Okay,
So,
all right.
yes, sir.
7 proffered
Just making
conditions
sure. Okay, thank you.
dated March 31st, 2021, submitted by the applicant.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. And the next motion.
I move the Board of Supervisors.
Sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve SUP 2103 to permit a special use permit request for the I1 Industrial Limited District to permit a sanitary landfill with respect to 224.5 plus or minus acres of tax map 59, section A, parcel 27, and tax map 62, section A, parcel 7, subject to the 8 amended conditions within the staff report and the two
With condition number two.
To be.
B,
Yeah.
condition number 2B with the change of,
Let me pull it up.
Monday through Sunday, 6 to 8 p.m.
They're no longer in the staff report. They're gonna be in this letter.
oh, okay,
What we have received dated June 15th, 2021 with, the conditions and you're now passing to B or there to.
Yeah, basically what Mr. Payne did, he basically took 2A and where it says all construction and site deliveries shall be limited to the hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Sunday. So
6 a.m.
it's
to
I
8.
thought it was 8.
I'm sorry. 6 to 8 p.m.
6
Monday
a.m.
through
to 8
Sunday.
p.m.
Is that, do you want me to say something?
What I
else?
actually did was I read their VEPCO's number 2, but eliminating the alternative language.
Yeah, the parentheses, eliminating whichever is earlier or later.
Shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday.
Right.
A second.
You okay with that as a motion, Mr. Payne?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got a motion made by Ms. Seeger and seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. I will say one thing though, just adding one thing. We will definitely keep our eye on the water table because right downstream, eventually we're going to have an intake and that's probably where, if it's affected, it will be affected.
Thank you for all your work. That's
All righty. Next up is action matters. First up is D, Route 652 Academy Road segment abandonment and replacement. Bethel. Cafialo,
Yes, hello again.
3 for 3.
Chairman. Yep, you got it right. So basically with this, so over the last couple of years, VDOT as a whole has identified several routes across the state that were never formally taken into the state system after projects were completed on them. So in Fluvanna County, we identified one like this. I think it was back in 2002, VDOT realigned 652 Academy Road. And even though we maintain the current road and not the old segment, the formal legal process to abandon that old portion and add the new portion to the state system was never actually done. So I'm here today to ask the county to pass a resolution that will formally abandon that old segment and replace it with the current segment. And, you know, once we receive the resolution, that would go to the CTB who would approve it, and then we would be able to update all of our systems with the current route. So this picture that's up right here just shows you, you know, where the old segment was and the new one, you know, the current one.
It's gonna sound like I'm lying, but once again, part of my bus route.
Right.
I got to see a lot of Cloverdale and Rainbow. Yes, sir.
So you are the driver that people been talking about.
I plead the fifth since the attorney's over there.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Run his bus, right?
All righty. Are there any questions or discussion from the board for Bethel?
No.
No question from the board, okay? All righty, hearing none, we'll ask, do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution entitled Addition to Secondary Route and Abandonment with Replacement Road for Route 652 Academy Road.
Do I have a second? Got a motion made by Ms. Booker and seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, young lady. Next up is E, Ken Store Volunteer Fire Company, Engine 30 additional funding, Mr. Dahl.
Yeah, I'll just go through a quick slides and Chief Pullen is here too to advocate for his company. And then, you know, the board also received the requests from FRA Chair John Lai. So again, in the FY18 budget, FRA submitted the replacement for Ken Store Engine 30 for the first future out years in fiscal year 21 for planning purposes for $583,000. In the FY19 budget, FRA submitted and moved the replacement for Kent Store Engine 30 up in the FY19 budget for $566,000. The Board of Supervisors approved that funding for $566,000. Somewhere along the line, Kent Store was under the assumption that engine and budget had been approved for $584,000. And so they've been operating under the assumption of that was the budget for the engine. And again, this is just kind of looking at, sorry, let me move that, kind of what has been spent so far with the 566 again. A little over 437,000 was for the apparatus, and then there's been some funds spent for equipment. And right now, the balance is 5,000 of remaining balance. But again, I think Chief Pullen, as they understood it, they had a budget of 584,000. So I think there's some additional expenditures that they still need to fully equip their apparatus.
Does this have anything to do with the sale of the?
No, sir.
No,
sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
Because we were shy, what, $10,000
We weren't.
on the sale?
We ended up not being shy at all.
Sorry?
No, the board ended up reducing the amount that was sold to.
Well, they
I'm sorry,
sold it
Cartersville.
for a price under what we had projected.
Yes, but the sale of
that's
the engine didn't have anything to do
Okay.
with this right here.
Okay.
And I think that with that one, it was going to be a utilization of COVID money with the money that we were using. We had that December 31st. Once we passed the December 31st deadline, that's when we
reduced the
down.
price on it.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Weaver,
that's all
The amount they
the
could pay.
$20,000 that we received was much more than we would have received if we put it out for auction.
And Chief Pullen, I'm gonna add one more thing. I'm just gonna ask a question. I don't believe any of is it 18,000 you just said? I don't think
18,000
any of it is fluff. It's just stuff that's needed to get the engine operational, correct?
I have a question. When you gave us the CIP,
Mhm.
the CIP had an engine 30 was the 866, and then down below, it was in our board pack.
So let me,
And I was wondering, was it just a misreading of the, because where did the 566 come from? Why did we tell them?
so remember, the FRA submits the budget request for any
Oh, that's what it
apparatus.
was. You put that in the, yeah.
Yeah,
And that was that was 19.
Yeah, that was 19. And what
yes.
happened to that?
I don't know.
And
Like I
that's
said,
where we
in 19, 566 was put
Yeah.
forward
Right,
from the FRA, and I don't know what happened. And like I said,
but down below it, it was 584. I mean, I
no,
want to
584 was, here, let me
But
get
no,
out of this
because
package
that
here.
was my thing. I could see how we got with the 566, because it was up there, and then it was and it was two different number. And I'm not saying that because you need what you need. I'm not.
No, but I want to be honest, and there is nothing in the
Yeah.
cost of this truck that we haven't been open and transparent about.
Yeah,
And I
I'm
want
not, no, I
make
haven't
sure that we do
questioned
that.
I haven't questioned that. You would have heard.
Somewhere something
there.
got,
Yeah,
So
why?
here
Yeah.
was the request for in fiscal year 18, where the FRA put it forward, and you can see it's in a future year in fiscal year 21 for 583,000.
Right,
Okay, so that was fiscal year 18. So then for fiscal year 19,
it was engine 30.
yeah, hold on, give me 1 second here. So these are just the total amounts, but when you go to this page. and
Yeah,
let
that's
me-
the page.
I'm sorry, when you go here, it was submitted replacement of engine 30,
30,
built in 1992 for 566,000.
right.
So, like I said, that's what the FRA submitted. And the 566,000 is what the board approved that year. They cash
And
funded
that's
that.
that's where the confusion came in.
And I
And then
think,
down the
So now you
bottom,
showed both
it's
numbers of where they
repla-
came from.
yeah.
So that's-
and then
Yeah, but that's
fiscal
not really
year,
confusion. One is a CIP request, the other is another CIP request. Doesn't seem to me there's confusion.
yeah, but you see fiscal year 22, replacement of tanker 31 Kent store for 584.
yeah, right down here, I mean, that's tanker 31, but we're
Yeah.
talking about engine 30.
Yeah, I know. but
Yeah, I-
That was my.
Well, I think the
And-
challenge is this,
it's
that,
no problem.
there seemed to be a lot of debate about what was right or wrong, but
I'm not.
if the
debating
FRA
what's right or
submitted-
wrong. Give him what he needs.
if the FRA submitted a request on the CIP as part of the whole planning process, then that's what they submitted. I mean,
Yeah.
if the mistake, it was on their part. If they need the additional money, that's fine, but I think it's bad precedent to kind of go like, well, we had this number here and now we have this number here. I wouldn't want to do that with anybody. I mean, I think there's got to be, you got to live within what you were approved for.
Actually, we did live with what we assumed we were approved for. When we start working on a fire truck, we don't wait to start working until it's approved. We forecast out as you all do for 20 years. So like Ms. Booker just spoke about the tanker, we're already working on that tanker now because we know in the next couple of years, it's going to be approved, hopefully. So when we started the process, we used 583 as the number because that was the number the Fire Rescue Association gave us, was 583. I never came to you as other people have and said, I need more. I said 583 is the number. We're going to buy the truck, we're going to equip the truck. And I've come to meeting after meeting to talk about this truck because apparently it's controversial to stay within your budget. And many of you have been to the firehouse. Ms. Booker came there and looked at the plans of the truck. Mr. Sheridan is on the fire department. Nobody has ever told me, nor has the Fire Rescue Association told me the number is not 583, it's 566. Now, somewhere between county admin and the Fire Rescue Association, those numbers got mixed up. I'm sure of it, but I did not know that. And we've stayed within 583, working on this truck for 3 years now. And like I said, everything has gone to the county. We've been 100% transparent. We're not asking for additional money that we didn't already believe was in our budget. And to go further into it, when you all approved the truck purchase for 516, but because you're cash funding it, you got a discount, that we thought that number was 499. The actual number was 483, another miscommunication. So there was actually money left that we weren't even aware of. And when Mr. Dahl informed me, hey man, the number is actually 566, I panicked because I thought we had overspent. But because of that miscommunication, we're fortunate that we hadn't. But there's got to be, and I don't know, I'm not the chair of the Fire Rescue Association. I don't know how those conversations happen, but there's got to be better communication because when you're in my shoes and you get a number, this is the budget you have to work on. That's what I go with. And we worked really hard to stay within budget, in fact, under budget. And since you all had the Fire Rescue Association, not the Fire Chiefs Association study that recommended a heavy rescue for the county, and that there would be two companies with spare engines and a third with the heavy rescue. We already were building an engine to accomplish that. We've spent an additional $50,000 of our own money, aid to locality money, on that truck to accomplish that. And that's money that you all never saw. So, and given the cost of the Fork Union engine, I think this is very fair.
Leave off your mouth.
I don't think, don't interpret my comments to say it's
Yeah,
not
don't
fair.
leave off here.
It's about the
That's not-
process, right?
Oh, I get it. I get it.
There was something got screwed up in
All
the
you do
process,
is
but
I'll
I think
pause this section.
it's no more, you're not asking for anything extra, you're just asking for what you need. The 18 covers what is
The
needed.
18 covers the difference between the 566 and the 580.
And the truth is that equipment, they haven't seen the bills yet, but the invoices, that equipment's already been ordered. We just haven't received invoices for Atlantic yet because everything, like the lady said earlier, the supply chain is so terrible right now. We haven't received the
I think the
equipment.
lesson learned is when the CIP request comes in, each station needs to look at that request and make sure that it's correct so that
But we just,
so it doesn't become a problem. I know you feel like you're in a bad position. Probably the FRA feels like they're in a bad position. The county administrator. feels
when
like
we
they're in a
met
bad
the FRA, literally said, we don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
will.
mean, it's just avoid this situation.
Like I said, we're pushing through what the FRA does now. Now, we talked to at one of the FRA meetings, and we might tweak some of these sheets for the FRA a little bit, so there's maybe a little more clarity. Because again, you see these and everything's kind of jumbled in there. So I think for this year, we're gonna look to do something a little different. So there's a little more visibility. You know, on the CIP, it just says fire and rescue apparatus. Maybe we need to be a little more specific that says, okay, well, let's just use engine 30 is 566,000 or 584,000. Tanker blank is this amount. So there's absolute clarity on what they are.
And the other thing that I think caused us the issue at one point in time, I remember us talking about this, was we were writing on there the cost of just the truck, not the truck plus the equipment.
Yeah,
And that's what gets so expensive.
Yeah, so if we go here, I mean,
that's what we came back and said, we need to just go ahead and equip it rather than
And
making.
you can
the
see
company-
that the cost of the truck being 483, there's almost $100,000 in equipment that the county's paying for, plus an additional $50,000 in
Make it the
equipment
heavy
that
rescue.
we're paying for. Now, we didn't have to add all that stuff. We added what the company paid for was above and beyond so that we could meet y'all's expectation after the Fire Chiefs Association met with y'all.
so again, moving forward, like this sheet here, I mean, we're gonna tweak something, but for instance, we would have an amount for what the apparatus is, what's budgeted for the apparatus, and then, the FRA and, subsequently through the companies are gonna say, okay, well, here's the apparatus and this is the amount that we need to equip it. So there's clarity on apparatus equipment, and, we're gonna have more clarity on what the actual apparatus is that's moving forward.
And
So.
me, I wholeheartedly agree with sending those things out to bid and bringing multiple bids to you all so that you can see it. So it's transparent. I'm fine with that. I'll do whatever you all want going forward. But I do want to point out, because it's been asked of me before, the aid to locality money. And it's been mentioned, well, Kent Store has all this aid to locality money. At one point we had $90,000. Well, that's why we save it, because that $50,000 in equipment, you all don't see it. You don't get the expense. That's why we save that money up, is for this purpose. And we'll do it again for the tanker.
Well, it's obvious that there's been a misunderstanding, and I'm ready to make a motion for the money here that they are requesting of $18,000.
Go ahead, sir.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a budget transfer of $18,000 from the Board of Supervisors contingency budget to the year 21 CIP Fire and Rescue apparatus budget to reflect additional funds for the Kent Store Engine 30 for outfitting the engine with equipment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. Weaver and seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair vote. Well, should I abstain from this one? It doesn't.
I don't see that you need to abstain.
Okay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Any more questions for me while I'm here? Fire rescue, I'm here to represent Dwayne and John as well.
No, the only other item we have coming up is just mutual aid, but it's just a redo, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All righty. All right. Next up is financial auditing services contract. Ms. Toller.
Boy, did I get tired of reading them contracts.
I know. I do too.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, per the Code of Virginia, an audit of local government records, an auditor of public accounts, audit of shortages. Basically, what this says is we're required to do an audit. We're required by the code to have these audits done. We don't have a choice. It has to be an independent auditor. In accordance with purchasing standards, we have to actively solicit for this service every 5 years. It's now been 5 years. In March 2021, we issued the RFP. We only received 2 proposals back. On May 25th, a committee consisting of Mr. Dahl, the county administrator, Linda Lenher, the treasurer, and Brenda Gillum, the executive director for instruction and finance for schools, met with both vendors. Based on the scores given by the committee members, Robinson Farmer Cox Associates was chosen as the highest scoring firm. They have been in business over 67 years. They have the most experience with Virginia county government. They meet the APA requirements on a yearly basis. Generally, it's only required every 3, but they go through it on an annual basis to make sure they're in compliance. And they have a reasonable cost for the services that they're giving us. They have a significant experience with the Munis financial system, making it a really easy audit process for us. They devote over 100,000 hours annually to doing Virginia government audits. And they provide the audit services for 75% of Virginia counties. They also charge no additional charges for any questions we have for them throughout the year that are audit related. You'll notice in the proposal, there is an additional charge for this implementation of the Gatsby 87. This is the Government Accounting Standards Boards, and when they issue these statements, it becomes a requirement for state and local government entities to follow them. This specific statement's aim is improving accounting and financial reporting for leases by governments. It does become a requirement in FY22. It's a single reporting model for reporting leasing agreements. There's no longer a distinction between operating and capital leases, and it requires recognition of certain lease assets and liabilities for leases that used to be classified as operating leases. And here's the cost. You'll see we have a cost. They've given us the breakout for costs for the next 5 years. There's a cost increase of about 3% every other year. And you'll see on the second line is where that Gatsby 87 comes in. There is an initial implementation cost of $3,000 in that FY22 to get us up and running, and then $1,500 each year after to keep up with it. You'll also see the school activity funds. Those are actually covered by the school activity account. The county itself does not pay for that portion of it. And there's also the cost for the cost allocation plan. The contract will be for 1 year for FY21 with 4 additional 1-year renewals at this pricing. So we know the pricing up front. Go ahead. Any questions?
No, I think the 3% increase every 2 years is quite fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they came back with every year and we went back
we
and
negotiated it down to that.
And they've been with us a long time.
Yes, they have.
They have, and I'll say this, the other firm that we received, the one other firm we received a proposal from, they were a much smaller firm. They did not do as much with Virginia localities. They were not as familiar with our Munis financial software system. And again, Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, there's just a larger firm that this is what they do. This is kind of their niche, so to speak. And
what was the difference in the highest and the next highest on the bids?
Pricing with RFPs, you don't get pricing until after the fact.
The pricing was comparable. We got some initial estimates.
We got
up front.
initial estimates, but not actual pricing from them, and it was very comparable.
Okay.
All righty. Any other questions from the board?
And board members, just one thing, Ms. Toller brought a little something to
I
my
had a
attention.
typo.
One typo in here. It's so if you'll just read what is on the screen, whoever reads it, it changes years from years 2 to say year 3, and this just reflects, what was in that previous chart.
All righty. Do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the contract between Robinson, Farmer, Cox Associates and the county for financial auditing services with fees as follows. FY21 audit, $44,970. Cost allocation plan, $3,850. School activity fund paid by the school activity fund, $9,000. With a 3% increase every other year. The required implementation of GASB 87 in 2022 will incur a $3,000 fee for startup and $1,500 each year for years 3 through 5. and further authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up is the mutual aid agreement between Fluvanna County and Louisa County. Mr. Dahl.
I will breeze through this. Again, we have a mutual aid between Fluvanna and Louisa. The proposed amended mutual aid agreement between Fluvanna and Louisa restates the terms and conditions set forth in the 1995 mutual aid agreement. And this includes fire services, rescue services, hazardous material response services, disaster emergency response, to name a few. And this only one of the major changes amends the agreement to include assistance with sheltering needs should Louisa experience a nuclear incident. Again, Louisa has some things that they have to do and some plans that they have to have in place should there be this. Granted, Fluvanna County could not provide sheltering for their entire community. They're doing this with a lot of localities. And again, if say this were to occur, there's things written into the agreement where Louisa County is responsible for the costs associated with that. So that's, again, it's just continuing with the mutual aid agreement and just kind of adding that amendment. Louisa County's board has already approved this agreement as well. And that's all that I have for this. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any question? I will say our guys worked a terrible wreck out on 64 yesterday. That's one of the reasons they're
Is that
getting.
one of the deaths, or I heard, I guess someplace.
Probably. I think it's pretty bad. All righty, do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution entitled "A Resolution to Adopt and the Amended and Restated Mutual Aid Agreement between Fluvanna County and Louisa County to provide services in case of an emergency."
Second.
Got a motion made by Mrs. Eager and seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up is H, additional Earth Day funding hazardous waste collection event. Mr. Dahl.
Yeah, again, Mr. Spitzer's on here. I'll try and handle this again. FY21, we had the Earth Day tire drop off and hazardous waste collection Earth Day event took place Saturday, April 24th from 10 to 2 p.m. The event was originally supposed to take place in April of 2020. Due to COVID, it was canceled. The board authorized carryover of $22,200 from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21 to do the Earth Day event this year, which is specifically for the hazardous waste. And again, we try to get into an every other year of doing it. So the last time the hazardous waste event was held was April 2018. About an hour into this year's event, we noticed that we were getting a large line of cars already. And, from Mr. Spitzer's gauging from previous year's event, about an hour into the event, which was supposed to go on for 3 more hours, we were already looking at budget capacity. I had discussed with the board a contingency plan to expend beyond the $22,200. Should we need to do that? And the board kind of discussed that was allowable. And we were gonna have to come back to the board with more of a formal motion to request the funds for that. Again, the board did allow for that contingency plan. It provided for a great event. We didn't have to turn any cars away or anything. And Parks and Rec staff estimated between 300 and 500 cars passed through between 10 and 2 p.m. But again, a large majority of it was between 10 and 12 p.m. when we had a lot of cars. But again, it was a great event. And so again, we're just requesting to kind of true up with everything. The additional funding required above what was originally budgeted is $11,531. And currently, again, the board has some funding in their contingency budget to cover this. So with what the board already approved for Kent Store Engine 30 plus the 11,000 for this, you're talking roughly 30,000 between the two of those. We have 54,000. So that'll leave you about 24,000 left in BOS contingency, and we're basically about done with the fiscal year. So like I said, I would be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Spitzer's on here if the board has any questions as well.
Any questions? All right, do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a budget transfer of $11,531 from the Board of Supervisors contingency budget to the litter budget to reflect additional funds required for the Fluvanna County tire drop-off and hazardous waste collection Earth Day event.
Second.
Got a motion made by Mrs. Booker and seconded by Ms. Seeger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. I apologize for the money, for the noise. I'm eating a pack of crackers. Yes, sir. Next up is I, renewal of the county attorney contract. Mr. Dahl.
So again, the county attorney serves at the pleasure of the board in accordance with the annual contract. The latest renewal leaves a flat monthly payment for routine services at $10,000 per month. Hourly rates for non-routine services are being proposed as follows. No change for Mr. Payne, and basically requesting a $10 increase per hour for Ms. Deloria, $15 increase per hour for Mr. Tanner, a $15 increase for Ms. Hoffman, and a $15 increase for Mr. Boggs, with the two exceptions, changing Ms. Hoffman from assistant county attorney to deputy county attorney, and then Mr. Boggs from contract associate to assistant county attorney. And again, this is the first increase in hourly rates in 6 years. And based upon, we looked at for fiscal year 21, kind of looking at and estimating, who did what for services, and roughly this would, just based upon the previous fiscal year, amount to about $9,000 per fiscal year based upon the past year in a cost increase. But again, the contract's in there, and Mr. Payne is happy to chime in and answer any questions the board has, or I would as well.
Are there any questions from the board?
I'm just gonna ask for a discount, but I don't guess we can get it.
I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the renewal of the annual contract for the county attorney, including the appointment of Christina M. Hoffman as deputy county attorney and the appointment of Jeremy L. Boggs as assistant county attorney.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Eager and seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up is J, Board of Supervisors salary, Mr. Dahl.
Again, we talked about this with the book. Let me pull up my presentation. Discuss this with the board here. So again, Virginia Code 15.2-1414.2, salaries to be fixed by the board, limits reimbursement in addition to salary. I'm just really going to address the part of the code that talks about salaries to be fixed by the board. Again, the board is the one that determines what is the salary for the board. Prior to July 1 of the year in which members of the board of supervisors are to be elected, if the board is elected to staggered terms, or at least 40% of the members of the board are to be elected by a recorded vote. By a recorded vote, the board must vote in majority to set a maximum annual compensation, which would become effective as of January 1 of next year. So it would be effective January 1 of 2022. So previous, a little history, BOS member salaries increases occurred January 1, 2008. Salary increases were not approved again until 2019. On May 1st, 2019, the board voted 3-2 to increase the pay of supervisors effective for January 1, 2020. And it was roughly a 13 to 15% increase. Again, Mr. Nichols proposed a flat $100 per board member for the increase, and the chart below that reflects what the current monthly and annual board compensation is. One thing I did give the board, I gave you a little more detail. You should have a full listing of counties and what they pay in some of your packets right there. But again, a review of 2021 salaries for Board of Supervisors that we received showed the following. So let me I think you can see that. So again, we compared the 7 local counties, basically those around us, Cumberland, Buckingham. Hold on here, I got my sheet. And the board also has this sheet I gave to them as well, which shows some more specifics. But again, Buckingham, Cumberland, Greene, Louisa, Madison, Nelson, and Orange. So when you take the average of what they pay the chair in the BOS, those are what the averages come to. When you take the average of their populations and you bake that in, or you look at it on a per capita basis, of those 7 localities, that's what the per capita amount comes to. So I did that same exercise again, and we did it, and we took it for localities, 22 counties in the Commonwealth that have populations between 20 and 35,000, 20,000 and 35,000. And again, just basing it on the average compensation amounts, this is what you come up with. And then you come up with a estimated population of just above 28,000. When you look at that on a per capita basis, it's a little under where the board compensation currently is. And then I took all 29 counties and then took that same average, and it brought the per capita amount up to about 40 cents per capita for the chair, and then about 35 cents per capita for the rest of the board. And as you see right here, this is Fluvanna, the board's current salaries for chair, BOS, and then what those per capita amounts were. Looking at where we currently are as a per capita amount, and then trying to get up to what the average is for all those 29 counties that we looked at. It would seem the staff recommends increasing the BOS pay by 6% to align their per capita amounts with those of the 29 counties average. And again, it came out when you took the average of the chair and the BOS is about 5.56%. So I rounded it up to 6%. Again, there was an increase in 2008. There was another increase again until 2019. And this is just kind of keeping in line with what the pay is for other localities for their chairs and BOS members as well.
But here it says Board of Supervisors, as I said, 9,000 is higher than any of the other 3 explanations that you give here on like the 29 counties and 7 locals and all that. That's a higher rate than any of the other 3 that you show on here.
Yeah, but if you look at it on a if you look at it from a straight dollar amount, that is 100% correct. But if you look at it on a per capita amount of what is,
well, that's what counts, isn't it?
No, I mean, if you're serving 50,000 people versus 25,000 people, your workload is going to be exponential.
if you're possibly responding to a higher,
right?
No, I'm just saying that. I mean, per capita is like all of the, most of the organizations that we fund often are doing it on a per capita basis.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty normal
Well,
methodology to look at it.
and so I just, again, I took the per capita average of all 29 counties, which again is, who we generally compare ourselves to, our 7 surrounding locals. And then we took counties of similar character and size. And again, this does not include Albemarle or anything like that. If we would include Albemarle in here, that would increase the chair and the BOS average as well. So like I said, that was that is staff's recommendation for BOS pay. So again, this is what it looks like currently. Current amount for the chair is 10,200. With that increase, it would go to 10,812. 9,600 vice chair go to 10,176, and then 9,000 for other members. It would go to 9,540. And again, this proposed pay increase, and the timing complies with Virginia code. And the cost can be absorbed within the budget.
So you recommended this.
I did.
Would you ever recommend against it?
Would I recommend against this?
Yes. Would you ever recommend not getting an increase?
I don't vote on the increase.
I know, but you
yes.
made a recommendation. I'm just asking you the opposite.
Yes, would I recommend against the increase? Yeah, I
Yes.
mean, I guess if you looked at this and let's just say, for instance, if Fluvanna was at 65 cents per capita for the chair and everyone else was below that, then yeah, I mean.
You'd recommend against the
Yes,
raise.
yes, because if we are much higher than everyone else, then maybe it's not warranted. Now, the board can certainly choose otherwise.
I think I'm moving to Northern Virginia. I could move a little close around. I'm in Caroline County. I could make that better.
No,
Yeah,
I just don't, I think
you can.
every 5 members here, I think serves
I'm
here to
not-
serve the people.
Yeah, but I do want
And-
some compensation.
And I don't think that board members come on this board just to get more money or to get whatever it was. When I ran 100 years ago, I knew.
You rode,
got
you
paid.
rode door to door.
I knew that they made a salary, but I didn't know how much. I never did know how much until I got on the board.
I bet you that inflation adjusted number is higher than what you're getting right now.
The only thing I would,
Yes, Mr. Weaver, you
I'm
can,
just telling you the way where I am.
you can take your raise and give it to a
Well,
charity.
you said that the last time,
Yeah.
Marcel, but I don't tell you where to, you
No,
can
I'm
take your
not
money. and
asking
put
you
it.
that. You can say no, but,
the only
I
thing,
go, I mean.
The only thing I
all
would-
of us deserve some kind of compensation.
I would say to your comment, Mr. Weaver, what the board has to do certainly has become, I would think, a little more complicated and more involved in the years and continues to do that. So,
Well, and I don't know about Mr. Weaver, but I got on here just so I could have my phone ring all day and have people fuss at me.
Yeah,
And look at all the prestige you get.
I tell you what. One gentleman that served on the board in Goochland for many years said he walked into the room and his father had been on the board. And he walked in and told his mom, said, "Mom, I'm gonna go run for the board of supervisors." And you know, the only thing she said to him, "Son, if you serve long enough, we'll have to hire 6 people to tote you to your grave." Oh, my goodness.
so does the board have any further questions on that?
I think I've covered them.
Well, I don't have any. Does anybody want to make that motion?
yeah. I move the board of supervisors approve a 6% pay increase for each Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors member of the new pay rate of position chair. Do I have to read all that?
You can just say as presented
as
in the,
presented,
as
yeah.
presented in
As
the
presented
motion.
in the motion, with such increase to be effective January 1, 2022.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Booker, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes
Take
3 to
the
2.
raise and give it to some charity. That people have needs.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, members of the board, so we've got some appointments to make. We have some appointments to make, so let's hear. So one, we have for the Java Advisory Council, we have 2 citizen reps. We have both Leslie Woodfolk, who has submitted for previous
Yeah, 2.
appointments, and then Gary Lynn Davis. We also have the Library Board of Trustees at-large position. Jean Ott was the only one that submitted for that. And then because the board at the last meeting approved the charter extension for the Columbia Care Task Force, we have 8 positions up for appointment. And then we have 10 applicants that have submitted for that. So you have a little cheat sheet here in front of you. You should have this BCC sheet, and on the back, it has the 10 individuals that have submitted
Oh,
their
here it is.
applications.
Here, it's on the very back.
Oh,
of
no,
our-
yeah, I'm sorry. It's on- it's on a
It's
single
the very
sheet, so,
back.
Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not on that one.
It's in the last page, I think.
No, it's not in the stapled thing.
It's back here.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
It's on the back of the,
Mhm.
it's not stapled, paper
Oh,
clip.
paperclip, yeah, yes, paper.
It's not this one?
That's it, that's it.
Okay, trust me.
Here, you can have mine.
Hey, that's the back page of it. It was the back page of this thing and
Yeah,
that.
I just didn't get the Dominion package.
I
unless
don't
it's under
know.
here.
It's probably right here in front of me.
Under your green sheet. It's behind your green sheet.
Oh,
Hey,
okay,
we got
you're hiding
it.
it
We
from
got
me.
it, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, may I address the first one?
You may address any one of them
Okay.
you wish, Ms. Booker.
Job Advisory Council, that was Elva Key who passed a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
We all
Yeah,
know
we don't
Elva.
need-
Yeah,
So Leslie Woodfork has been in for 2 positions in the past, the joint board and the job of board of directors. Mr. Gary Davis I work with him on the CPMT, and I think he's with some other, he's on another.
FPA.
Yeah, very qualified, enjoy working with him. But Leslie, I would like for us to appoint Leslie for that position. She works at Martha Jefferson. They meet in Charlottesville from 12 to 1:30. Her boss, she is so dedicated. She's already talked to her supervisor. He will give her that time off. She has experience with Java. Her mother lived in View Park, which is a senior citizen facility that Java owns. So I'm asking the board, would you consider Leslie?
Anyone else have anything to say? It just seems like an opportunity for somebody to get their foot in the door
yeah, I don't.
with doing that. And Mr.
And-
Davis is already on 2 things.
Yeah.
So then that brings us, if that's the general consensus of the board, then I think if you look at the back of that single page, you look at with the blue header on the top, on the back, you have the 10 applicants that have submitted their applications for the CARE task force. And again, we have 8 slots to fill.
I was impressed by all of the rest.
Oh,
Yes,
I-
very.
I'm
But
just gonna
I'll
go
take-
out on a limb here and say,
But I'll-
since it's just people wanting to be involved with the community, if they want to be involved with it,
Yeah.
we just put them on there.
Put all 10 on. Yeah.
Do they have a charter or is there a charter?
There is a charter, so Mr. Payne, I
Can
guess.
we change?
So they'd have to amend, do we amend the charter or do they have to? amend
They
the
could
charter?
be.
No, it's our charter.
It's
We
ours.
have-
Yeah, you'd have to amend the charter, but I
Could
think,
you standby or something like that,
I'm sorry.
have it like a standby that if they
Okay.
couldn't.
I
get
think
on-
we can
You can have
amend it right
non-appointed
now, can't we,
citizens,
Mr. Payne? Can't we
I
just
don't
do
see
that?
Why you
Yeah.
why you
Like,
can't. It's your
we can just
creation.
amend it to 10 positions instead of 8 right now. Do I have a motion to amend it to 10 instead of
So
8?
May-
Second.
Got a motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Mrs. Booker to expand to 10 positions instead of 8. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye.
We just change our rules real quick.
Another
Well, this is-
thing, Mr. Chair, remembering our sheet that you check off the committees that you want to be on. I was on this committee with Java, a team that we were looking at volunteers, and I looked at our sheet. And I know, Kelly, you said you tell the people they can go somewhere else to get more information about their position. Why can't we put some information underneath any of those? Would that make that sheet too long?
It would
would?
make it too cumbersome, yes.
It would probably make it more than what people would
And
want to
that's
look
with
at.
everybody,
I don't
too.
think, it just doesn't
It's a
say
learning
enough.
process, too.
Where do you tell them to go to get the information about each of these jobs? Where do they go, Kelly? I tried to find it today because I was working in Charlottesville with somebody and
It's on our website. Could you pull up our homepage, Eric, please? It's easier just to show you. So from the county webpage, you can hover over your government
Mhm.
and it says boards and commissions.
Okay,
Once that page comes up, scrolling down, will show you all of the different boards and commissions.
and you click on it.
And clicking on one of them
Yeah.
will bring you to a page specifically for that board or commission with the membership, past and current.
Meeting frequency.
Very
But
good.
how would an individual know that?
Don't watch my computer expertise.
Yeah, you wouldn't, I mean,
Well,
somewhere on the form, it should say.
Let us take a look at the form, and if it doesn't say it on the form, to go here to look at.
Right. To be on the phone.
We will take a look at that.
Sure.
I don't necessarily want to put all the information on every single board in the little
Okay,
box,
that's
check
fine.
box,
That's fine.
but we can do something.
Okay.
I will also say that, when I first started with the county, we had a lot of unsolicited applications. Just people who just put it in any old time, whenever there was a vacancy. We don't get those anymore. I think Ms. Woodfolks was one of the few we've had in the last couple of years that just because she chose to serve, not because somebody contacted her and said,
Right.
there's
She
this
just wanted to
vacancy.
serve.
So I think, I don't know what that says. I think it just
Are we
says
in that?
people are busy.
Are we announcing the
It's
vacancies?
in fan mail and it's on the
mail?
website. And as I always say, I will always take suggestions for how we make that wider and broader and
And
let the folks know what we have available and how to volunteer.
If you're pushing community involvement, it may just be worth publishing it on the.
yeah, we could do that periodically or.
Good, and I think we have great support with the Fluvanna Leadership Development Program and the Fluvanna Leadership Alumni. We have good, also have a good relationship with Sharon Harris with NAACP. So we have some other avenues into the community. But as far as people finding the information, my concern is always the folks who don't have computer are not finding it anyway. So I think one answer is that if we ever get the phone call from somebody that says, I want to volunteer, what can you tell me? We would happily print anything that we needed to send to them. But as far as having it all on the form, that might be a little bit cumbersome.
So I guess for the board, I guess the motion would be right there, appointing, assuming the board said they want to appoint Ms. Woodfolk, Mr. Ott, and then the remaining, I guess, all 10 applicants.
All 10 applicants for the care task force.
Yeah.
All righty, do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the following board, commission, and committee appointments or reappointments for the library board, which is
Leslie.
Java.
Job.
yeah, for Job Advisory Council, Leslie Woodfolk. Is that right, Fork? Library Board of Trustees, Jean Ott.
And then just all 10.
All 10 Care Task Force.
Residents, business, or property owners.
Just applicants.
I'll read the names really quick.
Okay.
D. Mitchell, Melanie Mitchell, Maxine Baskfield Spears, Nash Kidd, Pamela Brunk, Jeffrey Brunk, Maureen Harris, Paul Wiley, Ed Zimmer, and Melissa Kenny.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Eager, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We have no presentations. Well, before we go any further, can I get a motion to extend the meeting till 1?
So move.
So,
Might also
second.
ask for a recess too. 5 minutes.
Right now?
Well,
We're going,
so
okay.
What are we doing?
I just said motion to extend, but also maybe just a 5-minute recess. That's all.
Do I have a second for the motion to extend? Mr. O'Brien made the motion to extend. Ms. Booker seconded it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair votes aye, and we will take a 5-minute recess real quick.
I'm glued in the chair. I can't get up.
Start doing push-ups. I do it, but his are much better than mine.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Yep.
All righty, folks, we'll now get back in session. We will go with number 9, the consent agenda. L, minutes of June 2nd, 2021. M, A.G. Dillard, change order number 7, Ms. Toller. N, law enforcement support technician job description, Ms. Snow. O, children's program specialist job description for the library, Ms. Snow. P, Children's Services Act program assistant job description, CSA, Ms. Snow. Q, Zions Crossroads Construction Services Purchase Agreement number 9, Ms. Toller. R, recertification of membership on CERCAP Board, Ms. Belanger Harris. S, Circuit Court Clerk's Office, additional technology trust funds, Mr. Dahl. Is there anything we need to pull?
Ara,
R, recertification of membership on CERCAP Board.
Mr. George, Fitzhugh does not live here. He's moved a long time. Sonny Bertha Armstrong. They told you that, didn't they?
So this was one of the most confusing reappointment considerations I have ever undertaken.
Yes.
If you are clearly aware of that, then we can strike Mr. Fitzhugh's name off of there. It has been a round and round and very confusing appointment process.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. 'Cause
Yes, see, his wife has been sending us emails because she's in something with the Chamber of Commerce down in Tidewater area, and she
Okay.
used to live here. But they don't live here. He's in the banking business.
I think he is still listed on their website as living in Fluvanna.
What?
I believe
It's,
he is.
this has been and not for me, because Ms. Harris has been dealing with it, but it's been a very frustrating process to discuss with them and make everyone understand what needs to occur and how
Yeah.
things need to be appointed and who they need to appoint. So again, I think the motion then would be everything else less Mr. Fitzhughes.
Should we replace Mr. Fitzhugh?
No, I don't
No.
think so. And I did call Bertha.
Because I was going to nominate Miss Booker right now.
The structure of their board is, there are 27 people on their board. And they're from all over the southeast. So
That's a big one.
I couldn't even begin to tell you how one gets
Yeah.
nominated to be on their board.
Jerome served on that board for 25 years. My husband.
Yep. So.
Okay, you want me to make the motion?
Yes, ma'am. I would love
Okay.
to.
I move the board approve.
Whoa. You took the motion away.
You're gonna approve that individual one.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, do we have to make an adjustment on it right now?
No, I think what you can say is you can, if you want to approve the consent agenda as is with maybe under tab R striking George Fitzhugh from an appointment.
All right. Does anybody want to pull anything else from the consent agenda? Okay, Ms. Booker.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda and correct Ara by removing Mr. George Hufrit from the CERCAP board.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made by Ms. Booker and seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now move forward with unfinished business. T, SUP 2002 Quigley Properties LLC. Mr. Miles.
Douglas.
Yes, good evening again, Chairman Sheridan, members of the board. Going to do somewhat of a brief presentation to bring you all up to where we were last month at the May 19th meeting. And now here at the June 16th meeting.
And then one thing too, board members, we have Jack McClellan on the line with VDH. He's been nice enough to stay on the meeting here with us this evening, kind of a short notice. So Mr. Miles will run through this and then, he's certainly available to for questions.
So again, we're kind of going through this just to let any county residents or anyone who's online get them up to date, or if this is the first time they may be hearing it. So the site location you can see is just east of Palmyra, and generally in Oak Creek Road, now no longer on Courthouse, the Oak Creek track. It is a special use permit for major utilities as a request for rural cluster major subdivision on 48.4 plus or minus acres, with 38.7 plus or minus acres in that open space by proposing a central sewer system. The applicant's request is for 19 rural cluster lots on 7.5 acres with one home in the open space for a total of 20 dwelling units. 2.3 acres are in roads and would be dedicated to VDOT. This is the Ballinger Bluffs rural cluster lot plan. You all have that larger one that was provided to you. If you need to use that.
Supervisors, you have this here.
And the applicant has a copy as well. So running through the conditions, the design and construction, I'm not going to read all of them, but the design and construction condition, we have the bonding condition, number 2. Anything occurring adjacent to existing development. Again, it's kind of like you just saw previously in the Dominion case, our typical dawn to dusk, Monday through Friday in this case, because it is a residential area, is our standard condition, excuse me. 4 is a homeowners association or another owner of these utilities as approved by the SEC. Would become responsible for all maintenance of the on-site sewer systems in perpetuity, and responsibility for that maintenance shall not be borne by Fluvanna County or any other agency. 5, the utility systems that would be permitted by the special use permit would be limited to the development areas basically shown on the current 20 lot layout on Ballinger Bluffs rural cluster development plans, and any expansion of the system will require an amendment to the SUP. And then short and succinct, the Board of Supervisors reserves the right to inspect the property for compliance with these conditions at any time. So again, to recap, the Planning Commission on April the 13th, 2021, they did recommend approval of this SUP request with the same 6 staff conditions that I just ran through by a 5-0 vote, finding the central sewer systems proposal to be a better alternative to lots having individual drain fields located within the rural cluster open space area for development. Then fast forwarding to the Board of Supervisors May 19th meeting you all held last month. This generally was deferred for 30 days in order to get additional answers from BDH Blue Ridge Health District staff, which you found in your packet. Mrs. Folks and Mr. Layton's questions were answered by Josh Kirtley in red. And we do have Mr. McClellan, his supervisor, online for any other questions you may all have tonight. That's my short and brief presentation. Mr. Dolan, I would like to reserve any additional comments that we may need to make, or Mr. Payne. Thank you.
All righty. Do we have any questions?
You want to get on, do you want Mr. McClellan to come on? Do you want to talk to the applicant first? What do you?
We can let Mr. McClellan speak right now. He's waited patiently long enough.
Well, thank you all. Good evening. Good late evening. Glad to have the opportunity to provide any feedback I can. As Mr. Miles alluded to, the person from my office who's most intimately familiar with this project is Josh Kirtley, who's our technical specialist for the on-site sewage and water program. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here this evening. So I will tell you up front, I'm a lot more peripherally familiar with the project than he is. But we have had, I was part of the initial public meeting, and I've had a lot of subsequent discussions with him as well as with Mr. Dahl, Mr. Miles about the project. So I think I can speak, somewhat educatedly to the concept here. I think part of some of the confusion or controversy, if you will, for the project maybe comes from sort of how does the approval process work from the Department of Health standpoint as far as the local health districts. As everyone's aware, we're still in a preliminary phase here. Once we get to the point, if we get there where this is approved to move forward as a formal submittal, what generally would happen at that point is the applicants would file an application for a construction permit along with the plans to our office, which then triggers our process of working cooperatively with the central office, the Office of Environmental Health Services in Richmond, who has several professional engineers on staff who can look at it, with a more, trained eye, if you will, as far as the engineering components in cooperation with Josh and my folks to review what's submitted to see if it does in fact comply with all the relevant regulations, if the proposal is in jives with what products the applicant's proposing to use and things of that nature. I think one question that's come up is about these systems is how does, when we're talking about new or less commonly permitted systems, how does that process work? And the way those come to the state is anytime a new system's proposed, it goes through the National Sanitation Foundation 40 criteria is what is the federal standard for evaluating these systems to see that they perform as proposed. Once they've been signed off on by the NSF, Virginia will then accept them as an approved system. That is a change from back a long time ago, back in the day when VDH had its own system for provisionally approving systems and testing and gathering data and all that. But now that's all done by an independent entity, i.e. the NSF. And the system that's being proposed here has met that criteria. So it is on the VDH approved system list. But again, all the submittals still will be going through a rigorous evaluation by not just my folks, but the central office engineering staff to make sure that everything's being proposed is appropriate for the equipment and systems being proposed. So at that point, I'm open to try to answer any questions you might have or that may come from hearing from the applicant.
Anyone have any questions right now?
Yes, I have a few questions. Does the Virginia Department of Health maintain a table of recommended leach field sizes? And I imagine that's part of the engineering process that happens, but is that publicly available for the public to view so they can understand how those leach fields would actually work?
The regulations that would apply particularly for what would be a conventional, what we refer to as conventional systems, have the criteria based on perk rate and or proposed usage of the square footage of systems, whatnot that would need to be permitted. The difference with alternative systems, which just would fall into the category of that are designed by engineers, because a licensed engineer is proposing them, they have more leeway, if you will, or latitude in the sizing of the ultimate receptor field, and that's part of the process that's that the central office engineer is involved in, making sure that is sound based on sound engineering properties. So it may not necessarily have the same clear cut like a table, like I said, like the conventional residential regulations would have in it, but I'm certain that we could get some kind of, industry standard or whatever for that, if that's something that would be helpful.
So for an example, on this particular system, Norwesco, they claim that they can limit the footprint by 75%. Other systems have lesser. Would the Virginia Department of Health use let me say, the most restrictive method, or would they take the manufacturer's guidelines for that?
They would take, it would be based on the manufacturer's guidelines as tested by the NSF. But again, the designing engineer would have some leeway if he was, operating in that range, low or high. And there were some questions about it. He would still have the leeway to do that, but it would be up to the reviewing parties to see if it's in the parameters of being able to be approved.
With regard to leach fields and sort of the traditional method that's available to builders in order to do that, is there a lot of experience from the Virginia Department of Health of sort of these shared leach fields in cluster rural subdivisions?
I think generally the answer to that question is yes. I mean, it's certainly not a unique proposal or situation, particularly as far as across the state, but even in the, I was talking to this earlier today about it when Fluvanna County was one of the first counties in the district to adopt the cluster subdivision concept, even though most of those at that time were conventional drain fields clustered together. But that concept is perpetuated, and now we're seeing the same idea, but more often with, often with engineered systems to make more efficient use of space and other things. One of the selling points for these types of systems is that they have a pre-treatment component to them. So the effluent is actually cleaned up on the front end before it even gets to the dispersal field to the standards that it would be able to be discharged, like with a DEQ permit to a water body. So the obvious advantage there is if there was any kind of issue or surfacing, you've got effluent that doesn't pose any near the public health, immediate public health risk that untreated sewage like from a standard residential type system would produce.
So two questions kind of in regard to your comments there. The first would be, in these sort of shared general leach fields, it really boils down to the perk rate and the recommended, if you would, footage or square footage that's necessary for the perk rate. Whether you have 1 or 2 or 3 houses, those are the calculations that you would use, correct?
Correct. It's a loading rate calculation based on how much effluent can be disposed of in a set amount of area. And that's going to be contingent a lot on the percolation rate of the soil that you're introducing it to.
So one of the ideas that's being proposed here is that, and I believe, and I'm not 100% certain of this, that the particular system is designed for a single home, but they're proposing to use it for 2 homes, and they're using, instead of the traditional 350 gallons for, say, a 4-bedroom home, they're maybe using 350 gallons combined for the system. Would you be looking at that as a concern in terms of, should it be double that because it's 2 homes?
Yeah, that's a question that would come as part of the review of the submittal, and that it'd be something we would be bouncing off of the PE at VDH to look at what's being proposed and how does that line up with like what you're saying.
If the manufacturer's recommendation is that it is for single use home, is that a guideline that you would follow?
Possibly, yeah. Like I said, I can't. I wouldn't be able to speak to it till. That's part of the issue here. Is a lot of the questions and issues that have come up are sort of speculative. Those are questions like, from the designer standpoint, what's the answer to that question? And then we would look at what they propose, what does the manufacturer recommend, and then we would ask our questions from that. But that's why we involve the central office in an actual professional engineer to talk professional engineer to this, to the, you know, the design engineer, because, you know, no one in my office is a professional engineer. So, so we would be deferring a lot of those questions and scrutiny to the central office personnel.
But normally you would defer to the manufacturer's specifications. Is that correct?
Well, like I said, the approval for the system is based on the manufacturer's recommendation. So I guess the question is how, if somebody's varying or making assumptions based on those recommendations, what is the assumption and what is the, you know, what is the perceived impact, which is where the engineer would come in to decide whether or not that is going to be a problem or not. So like I said, it's, you know, it isn't as for a non-engineer to make, you know, for a private sector or a VDH person to design a residential drain field, it's pretty black and white as far as this is what the regulations require, this is what we can do. When you talk about engineered systems, a professional engineer has a lot of latitude in how they apply our regulations, and I, you know, would make the assumption even with the manufacturers, you know, recommendations versus requirements. I mean, that's, you know, they have a little more latitude to vary from it. So again, I don't know that I could give a definitive answer of yes or no. It would, I think it would depend on what exactly we were talking about.
And to be clear, the professional engineer in this case being the professional engineer for the Virginia Department of Health
is who we would work with on the review process of the submittal from the applicant's professional engineer.
The applicant professional engineer.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the effluent, my understanding is that yes, it's clean, but it's not 100% clean. There were concerns raised about should the drain field fail, if you would, and that effluent fell into the creek. What would be the concerns from the standpoint of the Virginia Department of Health of that kind of type of effluent level going into it?
Well,
creek.
Right, it would still be categorized as a failure, which would require, you know, repair of sorts to be made. So it's not to say, well, it's failing, but it's pre-treated, so there's no issue. It would be handled, the process for, you know, applying for and having it repaired would be no different than if it was untreated. But the reality is the immediate health threat of pre-treated effluent that's cleaned up to a standard that could actually be discharged would pose a exponentially less threat to, you know, to any public in the meantime while it was being repaired, although it, you know, the process would still be the same. We would try to figure out what the problem is and get a permit to repair it in place as, you know, as quick as possible.
And I think my last question, if the applicant is also the professional engineer, is that considered a conflict of interest or not?
I don't know. I don't have any legal basis to be able to tell you if that is or isn't a conflict of interest. That would be a lawyer question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All righty, would the applicant like to step to the microphone? Anything you'd like to say to us, Mr. Miller?
I guess one clarification is that the treatment units are designed to handle 600 gallons a day. It's not just 300 gallons a day and two houses go into one unit for 300 gallons a day. It's each unit is designed for 600 gallons a day. And I don't think there's any stipulation in the manufacturers is saying it has to be one house. It's just designed for that amount of flow. If that helps answer your question about sizing it.
And it's definitely two houses to each unit. Is that correct? There was some confusion with regard to maybe it being four.
There'll be two units at each treatment system and four houses going into the two units. So it'll be a distribution box that takes the four coming in and puts it into the two units. And that's the advantage the health department sees is four houses into one unit. The flow distribution is going to be varied over a 24-hour period versus one house going to a unit, we'll see the same amount no matter what. But out of 4 houses, the flow rates from the 4 houses is going to vary significantly. So it gets distributed much better than if one house is going to one unit designed for one house, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
But and if one unit goes down, the other unit is there to provide some treatment while the other one's getting repaired as well. So,
and I'm not familiar with their entire product line, but that is a single family unit that you're proposing.
it's not defined as a
It's
single
really- it's
family
really
unit.
By the capacity then is what you're saying?
It's designed for a flow capacity.
For flow
Yes.
capacity.
Yes. They don't stipulate only one house. It's how much gallons per day is what it's designed to treat.
I did look at their website. They also, I guess, have a biofiltering system that can be put in place. Are you anticipating having to use that?
We are using the ultraviolet, but not an additional biofilter. The biomass concentration of BOD from a household doesn't require that additional treatment. Discharge from a winery or a brewery or some other facility that has a higher BOD concentration would require an additional treatment. Biomass
They had,
treatment.
in their website, they had sort of implied that it was for very poor perk rates. That the additional system was recommended for that. So that's why I was asking. I don't know
I
what the
see.
perk rates are going to be, but that's what they were implying.
Yeah, we usually use them for cases where there's a high BOD content, higher than an average home BOD, such as
That's the residual basically, right? The BOD.
the biological oxygen demand, how much waste material, the concentration of the waste material in the water.
Are the drain fields that you're looking at, are you really trying to design those around that 75% footprint or that 25% footprint that they're recommending? Or are you going to have more leeway in your drain fields? So in other words, if the perk rate says you need 150 foot, in the traditional system, but the Norwesco says you can cut that by 75% and you're putting 2 in them, or you're going to basically try to make that so that it fits into that instead of 150, the 25% of 150, or are you going to build sort of are you going to over engineer the drain fields rather than under engineer? I don't want to say under engineer, that's unfair, rather than stretching them to their maximum potential capacity.
Yeah, in our designs, we don't rely on the manufacturer's design of the distribution. They design the treatment unit itself and the quality of water coming out of the system. From there, whether it's a direct discharge into a ditch or into a drain field is up to the soils engineer, geotech, to design, and they use health department guidelines. Virginia Department of Health has guidelines based on the level of treatment that you provide. And because we provide such the TL3 level treatment, that allows you to reduce your drain field size. It's not the manufacturers that's saying, oh, you can reduce your drain field size. It's a health department VDH regulation guidelines that we use for that. If that answers your question, it's not a manufacturer 25%, 75% criteria. It's the level of treatment that you provide VDH allows you to reduce the size of your drain field. It's still dependent on the perk rate though. And again, the lack of solids going into the drain fields prevents it from clogging over time.
Sure. I know that you have to have a reserve drain field. You're proposing, I guess, a total of 5 drain fields right now. So you would have 5 reserve drain fields then?
Yes, and that just requires some soils testing and reserve those areas.
And that would be presumably in the open space area.
Yeah.
And that would be part of the D, I guess, right?
Again, it would be the part of the design. There is areas available around the lots for reserve areas. We won't know until we get into the soils testing and get samples and figure out where to actually put them. But they're the same size as the standard primary drain fields. And that's standard VDH for all drain fields. But again, in this case, the reason for that is the solids into a standard drain field tend to clog it up over time. With these systems and minimal solids going out the end into the drain fields, the likelihood of needing a reserve drain field is even minuscule because they don't get clogged because there's no solids to clog them.
So I guess one of the criticisms has been that in a traditional model, which you're entitled to do by right, you would have, 20 drain fields, presumably, or maybe 11 drain fields or something along those lines. Really minimizing that to the 5 drain fields really boils down to the perk rate and the capacity that you can have from that standpoint, and each of those units being able to feed into that. But that will be engineered for the total capacity. So if you have 600-gallon capacity, you're going to have a drain field that is capable of handling that whole 600-gallon capacity for that one unit and the additional unit of 600-gallon capacity, so 1,200-gallon capacity for that particular drain field.
Yeah, the discharge from the 2 units will go back into one pipe and then feed into the drain field. So 1,200, the drain field will be designed, each of the drain fields will be designed for 1,200 gallons per day.
Okay.
And the perk rate will determine the square footage of the footprint of that drain field in order to allow it to percolate as required by the VDH regulations. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I take exception to the question about conflict of interest of the landowner PE designing the systems. It's a professional engineer. Not going to design something that doesn't meet VDH regulations just because I own the property. It'll be designed and approved like any other design I do, irregardless of whether I own it. As a surveyor, I have to do that as well. I can't survey a property outside of the professional regulations. So
I can understand how you feel that way, but we also take our conflict of interest very seriously as well too. So
okay,
that's why I mentioned that.
Okay. I can answer any of the questions you might have at the moment.
Well, my question is going to be this: how close are those drain fields going to be to the property line? And this may not matter any, but they look awful close to the property line. And when they get rid of their residual, whatever it is, are they going to go down or are they going to go up across the street into the open space?
I don't follow your question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Property line as far as the lots?
Yes.
in the subdivision?
Well, yes, sir. I mean, I saw where the proposed drain fields are, and they just seem very close to the property that's downhill from it. I mean, that's my fear. And that's why I'm asking. I don't know if I'm asking well, but I'm trying to keep this and not laugh. It goes downhill and I just.
It goes in the ground. It doesn't flow over the ground.
Right. Well, I mean, but
when it rains, it doesn't flow across the ground. It goes in to the ground.
Well,
That's what.
it depends on how much comes down at once. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
I understand.
But,
Yeah, the perk rate's all designed so that it's
going down and
assures that it will be infiltrated into the ground and
Okay.
not rise up and flow over the ground.
That's my fear, is seeing
Yeah.
it close to the property line to the neighbor downhill.
And that sort of begs the question, I mean, why would you not put it, say, on the other side of the road, that particular drain field as an example? Instead of so close to the creek, it's so close to the other property owner. I mean, wouldn't that be something that would be relatively straightforward to do?
Mr. O'Brien, I think if you look up on the screen here, this is.
I know this got screwed up.
So the road is close, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but the proposed road is close to the property line.
The right of way follows the adjacent property line. There is no room on the other side of the road. It's adjacent property upstream.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
that's not the open space
No,
across.
this is not,
No.
Okay.
this is not there.
The
This
open
is
space
not,
is up top.
yeah.
Mr.
And-
Chairman, you got to remember that this, right now, this system hasn't, as I understand it, hasn't been designed.
Right.
And the subdivision has not been approved. So I think if there's a question of how long it would take to infiltrate the water or something like that, that would be one thing. But I think whether this design or some other design is more appropriate is premature.
Mhm.
And health department regulations requires a TL1 level standard drain field to be 10 feet from the property line. So,
Thank you.
That's-
You just answered my question for me.
okay. And we're well over 10 feet from neighboring properties.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question, please?
Fred, Mr. Payne,
It's out of order.
I'm sorry, I cannot. Lawyers tell me that's out of order, ma'am. I apologize. We already had the public hearing on this.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
I don't know enough to even ask the question. So I don't-
Thank
I've
you.
done a lot of reading, but-
Get more confused when I sit here and think about it. All righty. So, any other discussion?
I'm sorry, sir, the public does not get to comment on this tonight at all?
No, ma'am, it's not a public hearing. This is just an extension of our discussion. I believe. I'm gonna check with my lawyer.
That's correct.
Is there a way to appeal that? I would like to.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
She can wait.
You can wait and speak to public comment afterwards, ma'am.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, hearing no other questions, do we have a motion?
Okay, I move that the Board of Supervisors approve SUP 2002, a special use permit to construct a central sewer system, major utility for a rural cluster subdivision with respect to 48.4 plus or minus acres of tax map 31, section A, parcel 41, and tax map 31, section 1, parcel A.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask whether they're ordinarily, if we're a special use permit, it would refer to the conditions in the staff report. I don't see that in this motion.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles?
It's in my motion, it's in my.
So
PowerPoint
let's-
slides. You know,
Okay, so,
you can go
excuse me, we're gonna back up a little bit.
in my PowerPoint slide.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Ms. Eager.
Okay, subject to the 6 conditions listed in the staff report.
Can we see those 6 conditions again, please?
so condition one's talking about design, construction, operation, maintenance shall comply with county, state, federal requirements.
Mr. Miles, what's on the screen now, is that the actual staff? Is that the actual staff?
Yes,
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 sir.
okay.
You all
because-
asked me to provide.
Right. The
these
question
are-
is whether these are the actual conditions or whether it was a paraphrase. I mean, I just-
Yeah,
Okay.
we've changed it to make sure that any conditions that are being presented on the screen for presentations are the actual conditions, not summarized, dumbed down, or anything like that.
So these are the actuals?
These are the actual conditions. So that's condition number 1. Condition 2. from that.
All right, go ahead. Everybody ready to go on 5 and 6?
And then these, yep, these are the last.
All righty. Do we have a second? Okay. Hearing none, I guess it is denied. Or do we have another motion? Excuse me. Do we have another motion?
I'll second it.
You'll second Ms. Zeger's motion. We have a motion made by Ms. Zeger, second by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
You better call the roll.
Ms. Zeger,
Aye.
Ms. Booker,
No.
Mr. O'Brien.
Aye.
Mr. Weaver.
No.
Chair votes no, motion fails 3-2. All righty, next up. Is there any other new business? All right, hearing none. I'll now open the floor for public comment. Anyone wish to address the board, please keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Is there anyone wishing to address the board at this time?
May I say just thank you so much.
Ma'am, please state your name and address, please.
My name is Lois Fultz. I live at 331 Oak Creek Road. I am the property that's immediately downhill from all of these septic tanks. And I just want to say that it is absolutely in Mr. Miller's best personal financial interest to build as many houses as possible, each with its own well, sewer systems with effluent black water drainage from as many houses as possible, and walk away with as much money as possible and leave everyone else to deal with the fallout of this. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for at least postponing this for a while. I have questions about what was said though with the with Mr. McClelland. If the systems have never been used in Virginia, how is the Department of Health in Virginia knowledgeable about these systems? That's number one. And number two, how do we know that just 1, 2, or 3 persons will live in each house? Some of these homes may have as many as 10 people living in them or more. And you're not going to tell me that there's not an excessive amount of effluent from that amount. And I still want to know, does this land perk? Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Please unmute if you would.
Hello?
Please
Can you
state
hear
your
me?
name and address. Yes, sir. State your name and address, please.
Dale Layton, 265 Oak Creek Road. My question now and always has been, if Mr. Miller has 4 homes going, or 2 homes going into a 600-gallon tank, 300 gallon each, that's maxing that unit out. And he says if one goes down, he can put it into the other unit, which is already running 600 gallons per day. So to me, it doesn't make sense to be able to max those things out and then put more into it. And that's my only comment.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Susan? I cannot hear you. You must be on mute. I can see your mouth moving. Something's going on and you're not coming through, man.
Something with your microphone.
I apologize. I can tell. Oh, now try it now. No, it's still. I do apologize. I have no idea what the technical difficulty is, but we're not here.
Yeah, it's something on her end with the connection for her.
It's I don't know if it's a bad connection or what.
Double check your microphone wire.
Check your microphone wire, make sure it's plugged in. No, it's still not working. I'm sorry.
She can call in. She can call on the phone line.
Can she call on the phone line, Ms. Harris? You can call on the Zoom line if you'd like to speak, ma'am. What's that phone number, Kelly?
Press, say again.
Not mine.
301-715-8592.
8592.
301 715 8592.
Did you get that?
She'll need the meeting code and all that too.
And then we'll give you the meeting code. Okay.
Maybe while she's doing that, we can see if anybody else wants to speak.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? She's going to put the number in the chat so you can get it off the chat. Anyone else?
We can't hear you, Mrs. Schofield.
She's trying to get the numbers to type them in right now, I think.
Oh, okay.
I need to ask Aaron's.
Aaron, if you're still awake, Miss Booker is going to probably text you a question.
Is he on?
Yeah.
Aaron.
I'm here. I'm here.
Aaron.
Yes,
what-
ma'am.
What summer activities are you doing other than kayaking and stuff at Lake Monticello?
So we're doing Monday, Wednesdays, we're doing half-day kayaking at the lake. If they can pass our lake test, they can go on the river with us on a Friday. Kids, we're gonna do the river on Fridays. We're doing hiking on Tuesdays at the park, and then we're doing disc golf on Thursdays.
Okay, are you pulling any kids from the south side of the county? Can they go to Lake Monticello? Are you providing transportation?
We do not provide transportation because it was during COVID when we were planning this. So we did not plan on that.
Okay, all right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, Miss Schofield, you're going to push *6 to unmute on the telephone, I believe. Yeah, I remember that.
6, how's that?
Hey, all right. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Yes, Susan Schofield. Address is 111 Fairview Lane, Palmyra, Virginia. All right. Thank you so much for shooting that down. I just think it's too much risk there. We have not tried this kind of four systems running into one drain field. And I'm very concerned now, especially about the conflict of interest that you all mentioned earlier. What happens if the health department says Miller's 4 houses to 1 drain field isn't going to work? Would they even say that, or would they just defer to Miller's engineer? I'm concerned about this all around. And then what if it fails? Again, who is going to be liable and responsible for that? The health department just going to go out and then try to fix what's there? Was definitely worried about that. So thank you all for having our interest at heart. Thank you. And thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? I see Ms. Harris shaking her head no, so I will now close the second round of public comment. All right. Did you?
No, he's in closed session.
Oh. I didn't realize we were going back into closed session.
And
All right, we got a second closed session, Mr. O'Brien.
I apologize.
That's why I said 1 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
I'll have to call Karen. 'Cause I
Oh,
have-
boy,
That's
it's
why
a
we
long
get the
one,
big
too.
bucks.
I'll call Mr. Fix.
Glad that raise is gonna take care of that 12 o'clock. Mr. Chair, I move the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors enter into a closed meeting pursuant to the provisions of section 2.2-3711A1 personnel matters, section 2.2-3711A8 legal matters of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended for the purpose of discussing personnel and legal matters.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. O'Brien, second by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We're now in closed session again. Bird dog, be safe. Or are you staying here for this?
No. Yeah. that's all.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rothmel. I'm
pretty.
I liked her glamour shot better.
Do we need to do that about the,
Yes, you need to ratify that.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, are we ready?
Hang on, we're waiting for Caitlin to give us the thumbs up. All right,
All right, Mr. Chair, I move the closed meeting be adjourned and the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors again convene in open session. Be resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
Second.
got a motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Ms. Booker. Ms. Eager,
Aye.
Ms. Booker,
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver. Chair votes aye. We're now out of closed session. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
For no, for the
I move that,
ratification of the,
I move that we approve
not wrong number, get the red one.
the assistant.
Get Eric's,
Yeah.
the 13 cents less.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I can figure that out. 13 cents less than the
Yes.
690. Okay, all right.
89, 689,
798. something like that. That the, I move in order to bring the, I move that we raise the new assistant's Commonwealth attorney to a salary level of 89,689.98.
It's not a raise, it's just continuation of the.
That her salary be
Correct.
set.
That her salary be set.
The new higher salary be set at that amount.
Second.
Got a motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Now, Mr. Weaver,
Now what?
you can make your motion.
Adjourn.
Until we get a second.
Hey, wait, get 3 minutes before
Motion
midnight.
made-
Don't we get
motion made by
overtime?
Mr. Weaver,
We get
seconded by
overtime,
Mrs.
right?
Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna smack you in the back of the head. Thank you.
I think we should
Opposed?
change the
Chair votes
salary,
aye.
yeah, to include time and a half.
My wife.
No, we extended it to